stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Sunday. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are doing a part 2 tonight of my so many questions with our special guest, Lana from Truth and Transparency. If you guys missed part 1, make sure you go watch it because there was so much information covered in there that we couldn't even get through all of my questions. Hence why we're here doing a part 2. So I just want to say thank you guys for being here, and we're here because you guys asked for this. Like, this is legit. You guys are in my comment sections and in my chat saying, like, you've got to go back and look at Idaho. So she says she's coming for me. That's good. You guys are like, let's go back to Idaho. You've got to see all this stuff that's come out. I want to hear you read through these documents. So I will tell you guys, I have been just knee deep in documents and body cams, and I watched body cams on ATS's channel with her when they very first came out. And Lana's peeps are coming in. Hi guys. We're just getting started, so I'm just saying hi and kind of letting everybody know what we're doing. So I've been knee deep in anything that's come out essentially since I stopped following the case, which is around the plea deal, so July of 2025. So I want to give a huge thank you to, obviously, to Lana, who has just been extremely insightful and helping point me in directions. I'm like, I have a question about this, or I have a question about that, and she'll send me a document, or she'll send me a video, or whatever. I also want to say a huge thank you to a channel called Accomplished Day. If the mods could put that link in the chat, actually all the links to the channels I'm going to say, because I have been using a spreadsheet that she made to compare with a spreadsheet that Sleuthy originally started, my goose friend, that I have added to, and now I'm looking at Accomplished Day's spreadsheet and utilizing some of the information that she has gathered, and then pulling sources from that. So a very good channel who's been doing amazing back-end work. For my Delphi people, think All Eyes, but for Idaho 4, like, that's Accomplished Day. And then Jules of Jules True Crime. If you guys aren't familiar with her, she keeps a Google Drive of everything that she requests and everything that she downloads. So that's been extremely helpful. So a huge thank you to Jules. And then there's a channel. It's just a little channel named Connor, who has been doing some major requests, like FOIA requests in the background for interviews and body cams and things like that he's posted on his channel. You guys may not, hopefully you guys can find that channel so you guys can post it too. So I'm utilizing that to just create some timelines and put together some spreadsheets, because you guys all know I love a good spreadsheet. So it's, and I think I told you guys this the last live too, is I'm very collaborative. I like to see what other people think and what other people view of things so that I can kind of keep my mind open to what's going on. And I'm going to bring Lana up because she's here. So thank you guys again for being here. And I don't want to keep her all night because she's literally, again, been going all day, and she's still not done when she's done with us. So, and I don't want to keep her all night.
Hi.
Dude,
What's
you
up?
just nonstop, dude. I just feel like you just keep like a pack of Energizer batteries, and you just fucking keep going and going and going. You just never, ever stop.
Yeah, well, I kind of do that, but I'm like,
And then you're like, okay, I'm done.
Bella's like hating me right now. She's like, I mean, do we ever get to fucking hang out? I never see.
No, right now we need Lana, and that's just how it is. So if you guys aren't familiar, this is Lana from Truth and Transparency. She is actually currently covering the Mario Saldano, Shanna Gardner, Henry Tenon trilogy trials coming out of Florida. people are just so engrossed in Lindsay Clancy right now that I think they're missing. I followed this case for years, and it kept getting postponed and kept getting postponed. And I actually planned on streaming her trial starting next week, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to just with kids' schedules. And so it kind of threw me with Mario's too. So these 3 trials are all the same case. They're trying them separately. And the interesting part that's happening right now is with Mario Saldano and Shannon Gardner, who are now ex-wife and ex-husband.
Well, they're not officially divorced yet.
Oh, they're not?
No.
Okay, well, there you go.
Well, but they've been separated for like a
really long time. So they they picked the jury for both of these trials and intentionally did them back to back. So the jury's already been picked for both.
No, her jury hasn't been picked yet.
That was the original statement, was that they were picking the jury at the same time. What happened to that then?
And then, well, likewise, so would you want your jury to be picked and them watching all of this shit?
No, I don't want them watching.
Yeah,
The problem is going to be though, and this was my issue when they were deciding whether they were going to pick the jury at the same time, was now you have this trial that's streamed, and now all these potential jurors could still be watching it instead of actually having control over this jury pool that you've now picked of 20 people for her trial to be able to make sure they aren't watching it. Does that make sense? You think they're just going to go watch it anyway? So Jose was like, yeah, fuck that, we're not doing it. Oh, so just for side purposes, Jose Baez is her attorney. And if anybody doesn't know who Jose Baez is, welcome to fucking true crime. Go watch Casey Anthony, because that bitch is guilty as fuck and still got.
And Diane Menashe, though. Diane Menashe is representing Gardner. She's out of Columbus, Ohio. She's one of the best criminal defense attorneys in the country. Her win rate is 90%.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he brought her in because they did a case up here in Columbus with William Husel. It's a doctor. He was acquitted of, they try to say that he was pumping everybody with drugs to kill them, and it was fucking wild. My ex actually worked with him, but long story short, they have a history. They've worked together, and he said that basically this case required to have Diane Menashe on because of what her strengths are, and she's just going to absolutely shred these people on cross-examination. I mean, they're not going to have a chance. And she's going to do it with such elegance. That's what my prediction is for that trial. I mean, this trial, it's the same case, guys. So it's like the same facts, right?
It's going to be a little different, different.
That one's going to be a little bit more.
Right. So anyway, I just wanted to say, people that are following Lindsay Clancy, I mean, I obviously have my opinion on that case. It's already been pretty set, which is why I made a decision not to follow the Lindsay Clancy case, because I really can't be swayed.
I don't get it
one way or the other. You guys are missing an amazing trial of, and not just the trial itself and the facts of the case, but these trials. They give so many experts that give so much information that pertains to so many other cases that we cover. You're missing out on some of that too. So part one, and the reason I'm kind of saying this is because part one, Lana and I were talking a lot about the phone data in the Idaho case. Yeah. And then I think it was either the next day or the following day, the detectives and the experts are up there going over phone data and talking through exactly what they can and what they can't access and why they can and why they can't access it. And so it's extremely informative, regardless of the case that you covered, to just go watch expert testimony on things like phone extractions, DNA.
Yeah.
And I know
you don't even have to know the case.
Jury-wise, that DNA becomes redundant and people just kind of get bored with it, and that's the common thing with what they say about juries. But for us that are just engrossed in true crime, that's the shit that our brain just goes, wait a minute, why are we? Let's look at the phone data. Let's look at the DNA. Let's look at how could this make sense. So, I mean, just a heads up. Like I said, I mean, I know there's a ton of people following Lindsay Clancy,
can I say something about that?
Absolutely.
I want to timestamp it for us because we've been waiting to hear timing advance information about what was going on in 2022, because that's when this murder was as well. This murder was February of 2022, and the two key phones were T-Mobile and AT&T. And so we had a cast agent last week that I was been waiting three freaking years to hear from. And he testified under oath that in 2022, that AT&T timing advance did not exist yet.
For AT&T.
For AT&T. And that's everything opposite of what, he said. it's wild. And I was waiting for it, and I got the answer. It was amazing to hear. It was amazing to hear because it causes so many problems for what the hell is they said and claimed in this case. Because remember, this case was again 2022, both cases, and this guy flat out testified in 2022. Timing advance for AT&T did not exist.
Well, isn't that interesting?
It's like he had to give that answer though because they didn't ask. Well, but it was an FBI guy up there, mind you, though. So he does have the special relationships though too. But I mean, they didn't have to go into it, I guess, in this case. I mean, maybe they will. But I would have loved to say, well, you guys have backdoor relationships, so you're saying it just didn't exist at all, like. And they're like, yeah, T-Mobile was 90 days. So like 90 days back from, whenever date you're trying to, hey, I want a subpoena right now. And boom, 90 days back from that when you're asking. And yeah, AT&T was 0. It didn't exist. Unbelievable. I wanted to share this on my page though really quick. Come join. I want to give my members a notification out, like a personal email. So I just
is over yet before we get into the good stuff.
Yeah.
So a couple of things that I wanted to comment on, just like this is total side note, not to do with the trial, but I wanted to comment this now that your peeps are here because a couple people commented on the live on part 1.
Okay.
So YouTube has changed the way it does ads. I mean, and so I kind of missed that during my little hiatus of 2026.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, it like bombarded our live with ads. I mean, it just like literally within every minute, there was a freaking ad that was coming up for the viewers.
It's been doing that with my stuff a lot.
That is nuts to me. It hasn't happened since the Richard Allen trial. So it's whatever hits on YouTube, whatever algorithm it deems. So I just want to let anybody know that did comment to me. I did go in and manually fix it. So you get an ad like I think every 10 minutes or 12 minutes or something. And I removed, 100. I was like 100 ads, like no joke. Because that was just absurd. And so people were like, I can't even finish this live because all I'm watching is ads.
Well, are you okay? I will say this too. Are you sure you weren't getting trolled?
Oh no, I wasn't. I went in manually on my studio and saw that it literally had ads every minute. You can go in there and change it and manually delete ads, which I had to do during the Richard Allen trial. So I knew what I was doing with that.
Okay.
But for whatever reason, YouTube really liked our live. And so they thought they were going to make some buku money off of it. And so I did fix it. So anybody who had that issue and wants to go back and try again, please feel free. It should not be the same. If it is, let me know. If this one ends up like that.
Yeah, I want to know that too.
So the other thing is that it defaults like a live, like that we're doing right now, to having ads. And I can't used to do it where
you have to usually pick that.
No, it's like defaults it on my studio now. So it didn't before. It would do like if you were live, it would have like an ad when you would come into the video, and like whoever, like if you pop in right now, it would play an ad, and then it would and then it would.
I don't pay attention to that. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, it's only because these guys will let me know, like, because they know I don't like that, because I don't like ads during lives, because like we'll be in the middle of talking, and like right when we go to say something important, like fucking YouTube thinks it's like appropriate to throw in something about tampons or something. Who fucking knows? So you know what I mean? But like that's how it goes. So
what kind of ads are we getting? I'm just curious. What kind of ad? Like, what was it for?
I have no idea.
Okay.
So I tried to make it. I think I did it correctly for this one. So I'm only saying this because as the viewers, I don't want you guys to sit through that. I hated that. I mean, that's why I got premium. But I don't want you guys to sit through that shit. So just know that. If there's something that pops up, just let me know. Anyway, so there's a couple little things from our last live that I wanted to talk to you about.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shut off the ads for the Mario Saldana trial.
Okay.
Because I think I mean, if you're saying it's that bad, I don't want people watching the Mario's. I don't want people watching a trial with me and being like, discouraged by not even wanting to watch it because of ads. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, this is really important information.
Right. So it's like I haven't figured out whatever YouTube did these updates, and they send you emails. Like I said, I took a pretty big hiatus for 2026, and they send you like, you have to like accept this update or whatever. And I'm like, okay, here it is. Like I would go and accept these updates to my studio and not fucking read them, which is stupid on my own part. And now there's like things that are different and I don't exactly know how to fix everything yet, but I am working on it. Yeah, it's constant interruptions. And hi, Carbon, I love you. So
I have YouTube Premium, so maybe that's why I just don't. They don't come up if you have YouTube Premium, right?
Correct. That's why I have YouTube Premium, is so I do not have to watch ads on anybody's. But I just wanted to let you guys know that don't have that. I still, whether you have Premium or not, I don't want you watching a shit ton of ads to fucking watch my channel. That's not what the channel's for. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there for anybody, because I know I had quite a few comments talking about that. There's an ad here now. No, I hope not. Please don't say that. Anyway, okay. So there was a couple things from part 1 that I wanted to go back and talk about, because like I said, I could not access where
I got some information for us. You're gonna fucking love it.
Okay, that's good. From our part 1.
Yeah, because that's the only thing I cared about was clearing up one thing, which is it's amazing, but you're gonna love it.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about this Band-Aid, and people are like, "There's no fucking Band-Aid."
There's a Band-Aid.
There's a Band-Aid. So I have those, and I wanted to talk about that. So the selfie that Kohberger takes on, does this mean anything? No. Does it not mean anything? No. We have no fucking idea. The reason this came up in the live before was because we were talking about, would these be submitted as exhibits, and I was thinking there's a good chance that they would be able to get them in, simply because it shows that from before, when he's taking selfies, he does not have a Band-Aid, and then after the crime, he's taking selfies and he does have a Band-Aid. You take it however you want, but I just wanted to show you guys so that you knew, and so I'm going to do that really quick. And like I said, could it mean something? Yes. Could it mean nothing? No. But the whole point was really just because I think that's how it would end up getting admitted as an exhibit if we had a trial. So this is the selfie that he took that morning. And if you zoom in on his ring finger, there is absolutely a Band-Aid on his finger. And
it's like on his knuckle, correct?
It's on his knuckle. So there's a report.
And then I would use, so, and it's actually the girl that his TA, she said that there was a cut on his hand before the murders.
So there was one of the girls from WSU that said after the murders. So this is why I said you can take it or leave it for however you want. There's one that came forward and said after the murders, he had cuts on his middle finger and his ring finger and had Band-Aids on both. So I thought that was interesting too, because as we can see here, he does not have a Band-Aid on that middle finger, which is what she claimed.
Yeah, I agree with you. They would allow it in for this purpose because of the Band-Aid, no doubt about it. But
relevance, you can take it for what you want.
Yeah, something that Scott Roeder, it'll never leave me. This is before anybody was arrested or anything like that. Scott Roeder said, Lana, I wouldn't let anybody leave that campus, and I would have been checking hands, because the amount of stabs, you're going to have bruising. And so that's always stuck with me. And so like when that came out, I sent that over to him, and he's like, how many hours had passed by at that point? He's like, I don't know if the bruising, but I was like, look at this. What do you think? But that's just always something that stuck out to me. And Scott Roeder, off of preliminary photos, thought that what happened upstairs in the bedroom could have, he was interested in the fact that thinking that the killer, or like one of them or whatever, if there was one or, but that he wanted to see more, but thought that there could be a lefty. That's all. That's right. What he had told me.
So this is the photo that's dated 12/2 of 2022. And so this is what it looked like. Now, this guy obsessively washes his hands, and I think I obsessively
that's what it was covered up, I think, before.
Right. So this is obviously what it was covering from the 13th. I mean, I think that we can pretty much surmise that, regardless of what it's from. But like I said, he is a habitual hand washer, even more so than I am. And I don't know how I find the worst selfies. I have not shown the toe for a very long time. Do you want me to show the toe? I'll show the toe. Don't make me bring it up. The toe? I'll show the toe, just because now Lana needs to see the toe to know what we're talking about.
What the fuck? I've never even seen this.
That's from the Delphi case. That's Brad Weber's toe.
Oh my God, I thought that was Brian's. I was like, I've never seen Brian's toe.
No,
what the?
That's Brad Weber's toe, and I have it saved. And so when the chat gets all rowdy, I show them the toe. And then they're like, no, don't show us the toe. So
Holy shit.
yeah, that toe is from the Delphi case, not from the Idaho case. But that's just I find like the worst pictures of people and then I like to show them. I have no idea why that is. It's just what it is. So anyway, I just wanted to show those things. And then another thing I wanted to touch on, and you may actually have more information than I do, because this is my research from when I followed the case before. A couple channels that I have been watching recently are talking a lot about the family tree for Greek life.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is something that we discussed back in the day.
We did. I was looking back at our old messages.
Yeah, we were. Dude, I was going back through my stuff because I take pictures of my whiteboards before I erase them always, just because I'm anal like that, just in case God forbid, I forget something. Okay, yeah. I remember we did this.
I just put this together for anybody, and you guys, like I said, there's plenty of people out there now that have gone through way more than I have. Whoa. And so if there's this is my research from 2020.
And it's accurate.
2020. When did we do this, Lana?
I did peer review on this. I peer reviewed this.
She peer reviewed this. We went through all the pictures that I had found and so on and so forth of like where they were talking about the bigs and the littles and so on and so forth. So if anybody wants this and you want to go verify it or you want to,
I want to talk about one person right there. The Jade Marie, where we put Emma down there, just so everybody see here. Do you see that? That's the phone. People are like confusing themselves and wanting to start off with these like wild fucking rumors. And I want to put it on like, ending it here. And it's Emma Tiger. That is not Emma Bailey. Okay. That girl's phone was found in Kaylee's room. All right. That's what one of the reports is, talking about. And I just want to put that out there that is not Emma Bailey. Okay. Emma is one of Kaylee's friends. And that phone was found as an old phone that was in the, closet. So anybody that's running with that is just stop.
Okay. So I have this in parentheses in italics down here and with a question mark, because this actually came off of, before you had hopped on, I was talking about like all this stuff that I've been trying to look through and get information from. And so this was actually somebody else had said that Emma Tiger was Kaylee's little. And so I just threw it on there just because I was like, I've not heard that. And that's not from my research. That's why it looks the way that it does. Everything else on here is what I researched through all social media posts when they were, tagging bigs and littles and everything else. So this is the family tree for Greek life as I know it from 2022, beginning of 2023. So I just, in case somebody wanted it, I just put it together. You guys can take a screenshot and do whatever you want with it. And you can go, like I said, you can verify it. If you find something that you think is a mistake, send me something and we'll go through it. I have no issue with that. Because like I said, there's obviously interviews with a ton of these people now who could be saying like, no, I was not her big, so-and-so was her big. And I haven't listened to all those yet because I'm going to do that this week with you guys. So anyway, that's just for you guys. If you want to screenshot it, screenshot. I tried to like answer this in people's chats, like when I was in there, but these people have no idea who I am in the Idaho forecast. They're just like, I don't know who the fuck you are. I'm not going to listen to you.
Yeah, we did all this stuff back in the day.
Old school research.
Well, okay, so I think it's interesting that Molly Gray, there was a Venmo. Very interesting one back in the day, and we all knew about it. We found them, and it was at 333. And I can't find anywhere where Molly Gray was interviewed ever once. I haven't come across Jack Katovich's interview. Ethan Venmo'd him. And so if anybody out there has come across those interviews.
No. So I was actually, one of the things I put on my list to talk to you about today too, was some of these interviews that I'm very surprised haven't been released, like such as Dylan's. Why do we have a 5-minute of Dylan? Where's her first one?
Wait, it's out. Wait, what do you mean?
It is? Okay, so it's just not on a channel that I found yet then.
Yeah, Dylan's is out. Oh, Dylan, Bethany, yep, they're out.
But I only saw a 5-minute second interview of hers. So like I said, I'm
okay, let me tell you what that is. That is on 11/13/2022 when she went to the police department. She was Maury had her in for X amount of minutes, and then she, ended it. And then after he talked to other girls or whoever he talked to, I shouldn't say girls, there's boys there. When he talked to those other people, he then called her back in. So that's what's considered interview 2. It's Noonan's at the at the house, then Maori 1, Maori 2, and that's on 11/13, all of that. So that 5 minutes is, yeah.
Okay. All right. I see what you mean. Okay. Okay, so that is that. And then this is just kind of like I said, this is where I'm kind of at. And so you can point me in. This is kind of some of the stuff that you and I had talked about before. So it's like 20,000 tabs because, like I said, it's like this started with Sleuthy, and then it's just progressed exponentially. So I started going through and we're doing like just the investigation timeline. So it's literally only thing that just has a timeline of literally what the cops are doing and when the cops are doing it.
Yeah.
When they decide to do interviews, when their supplemental reports come out, so on and so forth. So this is a work in progress. There's a master timeline that literally just has anything and everything. Anything I could find is literally in this master timeline. This is still empty because I haven't done anything with phone records yet. This I think is from I think part of this is from Accomplished Day. If I'm giving the wrong person credit for that, please let me know. I've added a shit ton to it. I may be giving the wrong person credit for this though, but they had started kind of just like a who's who and a what's what. Then I had like DNA, like details, all the court documents. So like everything is legit in one giant spreadsheet.
Okay.
So that hopefully when it's done, it will be. Go ahead. What do you need?
No, I was just saying, okay, sorry.
No, so I just was trying to put together like how we were kind of talking about adding just like certain things. And you had said somebody already went through and labeled and made you a spreadsheet of like reports with the actual person's name on it.
Yeah, because I wanted them to be, I was looking into seeing what person was doing what, so I could categorize, because what I was trying to do is to get in front, not to get in front, but understand these idiots where they're saying that they're taking the investigation, and that they after somebody put a declaration in for just recently for the FOIA stuff, they were saying that each entity basically ran their own investigation, and so therefore, like, it's to try to keep records away from us and bullshit. And so I was trying to separate it just to see who was involved with what, and really who's to blame for and what everybody worked on. Like, what did you touch? Like, what were you doing? Like,
right. That's what so that working on putting that together currently. That's actually what I was working on before our live, when I was listening to you talk about.
Like, Moscow Police Department did not interview anybody except like very, very few and random ass motherfucking people after day one. Like, after like people coming there on the 13th.
Right.
And then Blaker was the only person that was like, here, you're going to go to, Nevada, you're going to go to Boise to interview like Dylan and Bethany again. But, I find it hard to believe that you wouldn't want to be talking to Bethany again. So right now, I believe that Bethany shut that down. I believe that just wasn't an option. There's no way they were asking Dylan and not asking Bethany. Or if they were, why? I thought Lana was in a nun costume.
Dude, it did kind of, as soon as I looked up after I saw the comment, I was like, I could see it. I could totally see it.
What the fuck?
No, everything would catch fire immediately. So, no, okay. So somebody in chat talked about Accomplished Day. Accomplished Day has a very good timeline. I went through anything that was on her timeline that is not on the master timeline that I can verify, and I'll go ahead and I added it to this, and so you can actually kind of see where I'm working at. So like she has like a couple things here that I didn't have, but she also has a source, but I'm going to link the source to the timeline like I have everything else linked. So and that's why I gave a huge shout out at the beginning, and I want to make sure you guys know, like, this started out as a goosey criminality spreadsheet, and is literally taking on a life of its own with multiple source. It's a multiple source spreadsheet that I'm literally just trying to collectively get all the data together and then have links to every source so that it's easy for anybody to access. So that's kind of where it's at right now. Like I said, it's taking on a life of its own. It's got like 18 tabs. So it kind of is. It's just a organized timelines for fucking anything I can think of at the time, or anything Lana's like, I wish we had a timeline for this, and I'm like, all right, then I'll throw it in there and we'll make a timeline.
Yeah.
For it.
Well, and the big thing is that we're trying to stay away from putting stuff through AI and stuff like that. It misses a lot. It doesn't get everything. So the other thing I tell people is that, hey, if you're producing your timelines just via AI and you're not like vetting them, please say that. Because it's important for people like that. I just think that and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, AI cuts down on so much fucking time. Well, yeah, but it's important to understand that when you come across something, just because you see it in your timeline as this, I'm telling you, if you come across something that's saying that it's opposite, 9 times out of 10, it's AI fucked up. Like,
well, that's good. I don't know if she did it with AI or not, but what she did do that helps me tremendously, even to go in so I can link stuff, is like she has, like, this is just a stupid example, but she has like Jeff texted Xana on 11/11/22 around 3:40, and then she has like, she wrote at least where it's at. So I'm just going to go in and add hyperlinks but she's telling me where to go find the information, so I can easily put it there, and then that way I have it. So it's like I said, this has just become more of a collective, huge thing. And this is, for anybody who doesn't know me, this is how my brain functions and how I can, because like I went through and I was taking stuff from like Accomplished Day has a Google Drive, Jules has a Google Drive, Lana's sending me stuff, and I'm like downloading stuff, and then I have like duplicates of certain things, and I'm like, my brain can't function under all of this. And I'm like, Lana, how the fuck has nobody created a website for this like we did for Richard Allen? Like, this is nuts to me that this is like
I think it's just we've been trying so hard to get the material. For me, at least, I've been trying to get all the material because I have not produced anything until I get the material,
which is perfect.
And I'm trying to do it in a certain order that they did this investigation, because it's important to see how this investigation went and to do things by like the date of when they were doing them. Because what you will see is you should be scratching your head and saying, well, why did they follow up with that? Or they, why are they even doing this? Or where is this coming from? And that kind of just will start putting little red flags next to like these decision making. If that makes sense. Like,
absolutely makes sense. So the next thing I started to do so that I could go through it with the timeline and you guys is I put together, it's a playlist of all these interviews that I could find anywhere and everywhere that I haven't watched, all the body cams. Like I said, I watched most of those when they got released. That was one of the first things that had kind of come out when everything was, being done. So I was still kind of around at that time. So I did a lot of that with ATS News on her channel. And so I'm literally putting together like just in this investigation timeline, a way for us to kind of go back and go through. Like if we start here and we go through and we can see, okay, this is where they started and this is who they were talking to. And then this conversation led them talking to whoever else they ended up talking to. We'll also know when they're like, okay, we'll contact Lana to find out XYZ, and we don't have an interview from Lana, then we know we need to follow up and find out if there's an interview from Lana. And like I said, that does not take away from anything that anybody else has done. It's just how my brain works. And so it's just kind of what I've been working on. You guys want me to look at the case, like I gotta pull everything I fucking can and see. So my plan is this coming week is to go through that from the interviews that have been released, from body cams to interviews, in the order that they were actually interviewed versus how they're coming out to the public right now. Because that's like, because I have the ability, because I'm more playing catch up versus like you guys are in it all the time and you see them as they're coming. So I'm going to watch them all live with you guys, but in the order of the interviews taking place that we have. So it should help with our investigative timeline as we're making this, and so we can kind of do it together. So that's my
and also what sucks is I thought that there was going to be a decision rather soon, because something that's really important to understand is I've held off on filing some FOIAs because I'm not going to lie, I'm not a fucking moron. And you guys, why would we pay for something, right? That they're doing all these blankety blanks, right? And just for us to be able to, what should be happening here is Meghan Markle should be saying, yeah, no, you should be getting this, and it should not be redacted like the way that it's been and all these things, right? Well, something's going to have to happen here, because we have spent I have spent thousands of dollars. I mean, I have all my shit ready to go. I've literally spent thousands of dollars. People also have donated on top of the thousands of dollars. People have donated for this purpose. to obtain the information. And it's like, well, all the videos that we've received up to this point, they have to be given to us new and with how they're supposed to be given to us so that we can actually understand what the fuck the interview is even about, because it's all redacted. So,
and then we don't know where it's leading them. So if we have
yeah,
them,
we don't know who's hanging out with who. That's the big thing for me.
If we have them in more order, if they were being released in the order they were actually done, then we would be able to actually see, okay, when they go, they're like, hey, so-and-so redacted was at a party with so-and-so redacted. And then the next interview is these two people who are like, we were at a party. You know what I mean? Like, we
want to see who's lying. We want to see, or whose story. Dude, don't you remember who you hung out with? Come on now. We want to see who's claiming to be hanging out with who. Like, that's really important. I'm not trying to dig into nobody's life, like, sick, but we need to hear what they're saying, because that's all about the investigation, and to be able to track and check to see if the police were doing what they were supposed to be doing. Because I can tell you right now, where's Claire's interview? Where's Gideon's interview? These are people that Dylan is saying that she's with. Okay. Like, what? Where's the people that were having the party at the Whites that everybody went to until 4 o'clock in the morning? Who was having the party at the Whites? Not the treehouse one, but where everybody went, like the Sigma Chi's went there that night. Who's this Matt guy that was having a party? If that's just a lie, they need to come out and say that. Like, what the fuck? But we're never going to have those answers, and unless they release all this material. I mean, you know how many? So 150 interviews have been more or less in some way, whether it was this channel or all the channels that we're talking about. We have all this shit, right? Well, someone's going to have to go release it all again, and they're going to have to do it because we are entitled to it not being the way that actually we have it. And we should pay for that. Why the fuck would we pay for that? The city needs to re-release this, right? And how I think the city should do it, and I'm going to just recommend this, is that the city should put out everything that we basically have, like the whole 150 things, and it should just be on their website, put out there, for the world, right? For everybody to get.
I'm so
there should be no $30 fee for people.
That was a huge issue, like in trying to find some of this stuff, because I'm like, now that people are FOIA requesting things, and Delphi did the same shit, and it's absolutely annoying that once it's FOIA'd and approved to be out, put it on the fucking website and let it be. Like,
yeah, I think they should be foregoing this $30 like
duplication fee. It's a fucking money grab.
And I think
it's a money grab.
Well, I think that we have a way of doing this. So ready for this? If we say that we're making these files and we're putting them out there, right, to make them publicly available, nobody's going to be coming over here to get your duplicate. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, we're promoting that, hey, we don't want people to pay, right? Come, go get this clip, right? We want you to have the information, right? But so Moscow PD, because of what you did and charged all of us all this extraordinary money that we should have never had to pay for all these hours of redactions that you had to sit through, this is what you're going to do to make this up. And there should be never a duplication fee for this. If it's a link, are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? Why aren't you just putting it on the website, right? Everything that you keep adding to it when something is FOIA'd, and it's right there for somebody else to go and get. You don't know that. That makes no sense.
That's as soon as it's approved via FOIA, the original person requesting it, I understand, okay, you've got to now pay the $30 for somebody to spend the hour to go redact it. Never had an issue with that, because now you're taking a person who's not doing the work that is for current cases and you're taking them to do something else. Fine. Totally fine with that. But then why the money grab comes in when you're having people pay duplication fees, and it literally should just be public information. It's fucking public information.
But that's not where the money grab is for them. They are literally claiming hours and hours and hours of work that they should not even be doing, like, because there's no redactions needed, because you should just be redacting at the beginning when they say, their phone number and their,
right,
the normal shit their birth date. They are sitting there reviewing a video for 2 hours with a lawyer and a silly person, and then before 13 hours to review, what the fuck are you people talking about? Like,
I'd be curious with like Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow FOIAs if the same type of information was redacted.
No, this stuff is stuff I've never even heard. This is ridiculous.
You know what I mean? Though, like they could be like, it's an Idaho thing. We all do this. Like this.
No, they didn't do that with this. No, they didn't do that with them. Lori Vallow,
I think so.
No,
either. But I don't.
Her kid was shown in that interview.
For what?
I'm just saying, no, it's not just an Idaho thing. They literally are redacting.
It's an Idaho 4 thing.
It's just yeah. And I'm sorry, but this case is not different than any other case. It's not. And I think that's a slap in the face to victims of murder. This case is not even on the level of like, no one's getting threatened. Nobody's reported anything. Nothing has happened to anybody. This is a joke, but they're hiding it. It's because law enforcement did a horrible job. And when you actually see it for what it is, it's not what they say it is.
This is information that they intentionally don't want out there. So they're gatekeeping it.
Yeah. Yes. And that's exactly what's not supposed to happen here, because there's no way to check and review their work when we don't even know what they're doing or had done, rather, because it's so redacted that we can't even, it is unrecognizable.
They're literally redacting names of video games?
Yeah. They're redacting the name of sororities and fraternities. They're redacting where they went to what party, and people having a party on what streets are getting redacted, like not addresses, just the street name. Nicknames of places that they would hang out is being redacted. We don't even know what's being redacted because it's so redacted. It's just out of control.
Redacted, we don't even know what they took away.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna pull. I know you have another live you're doing after this, so I don't want to.
No, we're good. I don't know.
We did 4 hours last time, so I know that I don't want to keep you 4 hours. And we're already like almost an hour in, so let's
pump it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to.
Oh, let me tell you what I found. So
yes, we'll do that while I pull this up.
Okay, so the after first went straight to the horse's mouth of a phone expert, did a forensic specialist, and had him watch the live that we did, our section that we were talking about that.
Ooh, okay.
And he was so intrigued by it that he went and pulled up a separate case that he's done where he's, where this AFU was done,
Okay.
And he said, holy shit, it doesn't have the phone movements and the health data. The health data is not there in a 2024 case. When he went back to check, he's like, he had to think about a case that he remembers there was like that type of extraction done, and because that wasn't the purpose of what his case was.
Right. It didn't matter. They weren't paying attention to it.
Yeah, it didn't matter for what he was doing, but he didn't. So it wasn't something that was of the focal point. It was messages, just whatever. But he went back and checked. He's like, holy shit.
It doesn't have it.
It doesn't have the Apple Health data. And I said, you got to be fucking kidding me. And I said, do you see why I'm saying that this was all strategically done? Like they knew that.
Okay. So speaking about the phone, I forgot to download it. I want to play you a clip of Olivia. I'm going to download it really quick so you can keep talking about your expert guy. I'm going to get in here and.
Oh, that was the thing I wanted to put out, that it's really, it's to go get an AFU after first unlock. And I was like, if the phone was dead, when it came to what has to happen after first unlock, right? I mean, like you're downloading it after it was unlocked. And then you do this and you do an extraction like that. And it's going to make sure that somebody knew that the health data wouldn't be available. And that's the most important health data is Kaylee's, in my opinion.
Okay. So this was very interesting to me as I was going through just looking at all kinds of just shit to see what I thought of things. So let me pull this up because so this interview is the one that Cy Ray just did with Brian Enton, Steve Gonsalves, and Olivia. I gotta find out what fucking tab you're on now because I lost you for a second.
Oh, and I want to add to it.
Oh, add. Keep going. Add whatever you want.
Okay. Okay. Let me see here how I want to say this. Okay, yeah. I was just making sure. Okay.
So just to hop back to FOIA while she's looking at that, I was watching an interview right after the plea of Bill Thompson. And it's just like some of this stuff is just so interesting when you go back and look at it. Like, even though you watched it at the time, but like now kind of knowing things we know now. And he says something about what did he? I wish I'd pulled that clip for you guys. Did you find it?
Yeah, no, it's just about like it says it's exactly what it says it is. So like if you were to download it before, so there's before first unlock, and then there's the after. And he's like, it's exactly what it's telling you. And I was like, so after the phone was unlocked.
Yeah. But that's why we were going back. Did he answer about the rebooting and what that means? Like, because we kind of determined, I think, during the live, it was the rebooting is whether the phone is turned off manually and turned back on, or the phone dies and gets turned back on. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't matter. Rebooting was just the phone being turned back on and then somebody unlocking it. Right?
Yeah, but my point is that if you weren't ever able to get into the phone, because unlocking it means you put a passcode in.
Right.
So,
okay. So this becomes even more interesting because, like I said, this is very recent. This is just July 30th of 2026. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is what Olivia has to say about her sister's phone. And just after our conversation, this happened. I was watching this again, and this piece comes up, and I think I'm pretty close. Right here.
Oh, was that muted? Why can't I hear it? Hold on.
Did you not hear it? All right, hold on. Let me go back just a hot second. Let me fix it. I probably didn't share volume because I think I was just sharing my screen for my questions, and I probably didn't have volume on. Redo.
It could be my shit.
No, it was probably me. Tell me if you guys can hear it now.
I'm going to speak on my daughter's behalf.
You can hear it now? Okay, so he goes in. This is where they're talking about like that Olivia, quote unquote, hacked the phone. And she does clarify she knew the password to her iCloud account, essentially. So, but I'll let her say it because it's what she says about the phone currently that I was like, wait a minute.
Going to jail, one or the other. So, yeah, we never got there. We got to the passwords. We got to usernames. They hit Olivia up. Olivia got into the cloud ID. Like, Olivia hacked. It's fake. Like, we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was two-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device, and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they say that they can't get into it. But regardless.
Do you hear what she just said?
Yeah. So basically,
still to this day, they have not handed over her phone because they say they cannot get into it.
Correct. That's okay. Now, and this is all I have to say is I believe that they gave over the passcode, and I believe that it worked. Okay. I believe that Maury used it to get into the phone. This is what I believe. Why do I believe this? Because we have caught this man lying in reports. That's why. And so if she knows her sister's ID to get into her iCloud, okay, she knows her sister. They gave them the passcode. Then what happens? Maury is then running around fucking town doing stupid shit when you have the FBI there. He was keeping and hiding those phones from the FBI. That's what I believe, because it was like because we don't let these people that we don't know give it to them and them get into them and download them, because for whatever reason they were afraid, right, of what would be in them or what would be known, because if it, did get through this extraction, because otherwise it makes no sense if the FBI is handling all the, you could say they have all the resources, right? So why are you running around to CDA, post falls, then back to yourself? And then if you really want a full file extraction, why are you ever doing a logical or advanced logical extraction before a full file? Like, that is proven based on the testimony that I heard in Indiana for the Delphi case, that each time you do that, you are going to, you're going to take away data. Like, meaning that data that's available, like you're going to destroy data that's available at the time when you do, and each time that you're turning on and off stuff. So I just don't understand with it. You're a dumbass. You're either, and then that's what I'm saying. Like, they're going to go up there and just claim that they're inept, like, oh, I didn't know that. And it's like, yeah, I actually think I think you did, because you should have been so careful if you didn't know something, like how important those phones would be, right? That you don't want to fuck it up. Well, here, if the FBI is here, yeah, let them do that. Why is Maury driving all over and then lies on the truth of when he truly got Kaylee's phone, and then he had her extraction. And because I think he wanted to go through and see what could be seen. Because for all I know, he could have wrote a report that said they still couldn't get into, because he wrote limited. He's like, and Kaylee's was limited. And we're just not going to ask the FBI for any help on this and blah, blah. And it's like, that's what I see. I see.
Right. So
lies.
just to preface this and go back just a hot minute, so that people who are not in depth in the part 1 yet, or haven't watched it or whatever, the two surviving roommates have what's called a logical extraction done on the 13th at the police department. It's a very basic extraction of your phone calls, your text messages, your contacts. Like, it's extremely basic. Now we have Xana, Ethan, and Maddie's phones that get an advanced logical extraction, which gives you the information for Snapchats and so on, and all the other things that you're looking for. But Kaylee's phone, with this passcode that seems to still be, when the reason I wanted to play this clip, seems to still be confusion on. Her family still believes to this day they haven't got into it, but there are reports that have come out that say they did what is called an AFU extraction. So it's an after first unlock instead of a BFU, which is before first unlock. So it's taken to Walla Walla land, and which is just another ironic thing when it comes to Delphi with Wallas, where this AFU extraction is done. And what we figured out is that this AFU extraction does not, it's limited in what it can actually give you. But when was a passcode put in for them to be able to do an AFU extraction? According to Olivia, they've not done anything with Kaylee's phone, and that's why they quote unquote can't have it back, because they were never able to get into it. And what they're talking about, Olivia got into her iCloud account. So like, I can go on my iPhone, or my kid's iPhone, and I can log in, and I have an iCloud account from when I used to have Apple and with my iPads. I could go on my kid's iPhone, and I could go in and I could log in my iCloud account. And even though it's on their phone, I can log into my iCloud account. I can log into my iCloud account from my computer. So as long as you know the password, that's the cloud. And if you are paying to have all the extra storage, everything's going into your cloud, right? That's just kind of how it works. So she gets into the cloud, but she can't get into the phone, and she doesn't know the password to her sister's actual phone, because if she's the one who gave it to Maury, let's say she gives it to any of them, she gives them, here's the passcode, and they're like, okay, thank you, we were able to unlock it. She would know they got into the phone.
Yeah.
And Jack is the potential person who supposedly has given over this passcode. You don't think that Jack has sat down with this family and talked about this case for hours on end, that he'd say, I gave him the passcode to her phone? Like, they wouldn't know that. Like, you have gotten into it because somebody we know that's very close to us gave you the phone, right? Or gave you the password.
Yeah. Well, Maury's saying that there wasn't that whatever the Gonsalveses provided us, it didn't work. Like all the other parents, however they knew their passcodes, and they worked. But when it came to Kaylee's, right, this is what they just are telling people. And I believe my gut is telling me that is a lie. And it has nothing to do with the Gonsalveses. They provided the correct shit. And I personally believe that the police lied and said, "Oh, the password that you gave us didn't open it up," and it did, That's what I believe based off of the lies that I see from Maury, and what I tried to tell Steve and said, "Here's a report, and here's a report, and here's what fucking Maury's words are." I said, "Why aren't you asking Detective Maury why he is lying in a report, and what is he doing running around with your daughter's cell phone and the extraction?" And lying and acting like he doesn't have her for 4 or 5 days. And they're lying to you saying that they never got into it, right?
They're lying to them.
Yeah, they're lying. The police are lying. The police told you that they never got into Kaylee's phone, that they couldn't get into it.
According to Olivia.
And then they kind of preface like, well, we were told like it was limited. And I want you guys to know that an AFU is not limited. It's like 95% of everything, except for the most important thing that we needed, which was Kaylee's health data, which would show her phone's movements, which would show if the phone went up a flight of stairs, if the phone, how many steps it took, how many meters it moved at all different points and times. Like we would be knowing what that phone is moving around and doing between the very important crucial time here, which is when they got home at 2 until 4:30. And she's saying that the reason that my sister had authentication, so it sends your phone. It sends that it has to send you the message to your phone for you to go ahead and click, and then okay, yeah, someone's trying to sign in from a different device. If you don't click yes on any of that, her sister then wouldn't be able to get in that way.
Right. And so according to Olivia, so we don't know that she got into the iCloud. So there's a lot of people saying like that she didn't get into the iCloud. We don't know one way or the other, because according to Steve, she hacks into the iCloud. And then she goes, "No, I had her password for her iCloud."
Yeah, but this is a problem though. And she did. She put the right password in, but then it stops because we all know it too often. If it's a device that's never gotten into your phone before, or not your phone, but your iCloud account. If I was to use a device that it was unrecognizable to my account, it'll even do that with stuff that like if I'm not logged in on that account. And so it then sends you an email, or it sends a thing to your phone. It says somebody's, and then you have to click this and you have to go in and yes, that was me, boom. And it goes to your email. So
right. So this is a good question, and I don't know because, like I said,
so then hold on. The last thing I want to say is, so then I believe that Maury, whoever had the phone from November 25th, which was Maury, we know he had it, but whoever also had it with him, because I don't know if he, had somebody looking at it as well with him and whatever. They shouldn't have been doing anything, but I believe that that's when her LinkedIn account was deleted. And what I've been trying to locate is Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia did a video with Olivia way back in the day. I need to know if anybody out there can link right now to us to be able to pull that up and see what date Kaylee's LinkedIn was deleted.
I wonder if I can just send her an email. I know she took down everything to do with the case.
Then I can go. I know that I played it on my channel before, and I also know that I have it saved. I just have to go through. I mean, there's so much shit over the past 4 years that I have. But I believe that if those dates line up from when Maury had that phone from November 25th to November 29th and acting like he didn't, now I think we might know why. Because of that being deleted.
Okay, so Travis, our resident lovely attorney who always helps.
Hi, Travis.
has a great question, and I was saying I don't actually know this because I haven't been able to get through all the documents yet. I'm still fucking just living in organization land over here. So, did the defense counsel request their own extraction of Kaylee's phone, anybody's phone, and challenge law enforcement's claim on inability to get into the phone? Are there any defense motions filed regarding the phones, like that had access to the phones, filed from the defense side?
I can just tell you that Ann Taylor put in 400 and some supplemental requests for discovery, and not all of them are out yet. But so we don't know if that has happened yet. There's only stuff that pertains to Brian Kober, but so we haven't gotten all those documents aren't all released, so that can't be answered yet. That's the best that we don't know yet.
So we don't know everything that she did or requested yet.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. So I just thought that was a little interesting piece that I clipped for this live, and then I forgot to I sent it to myself and then forgot to download it. Another interesting fact just about this before I take it down is that she says this.
Regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong. No, we've never ever heard that. We've never been familiar with that.
Even though he's stating that he has seen, Cyray is stating that he has seen the locations for all the phones, and he can put Maddie at A&W with Brian Koberger being close by. Remember?
Okay, so this is something that I never understood with this interview. They both say what they say, right? Press play. After she says, what does Cyray do?
You would remember it's about almost 300 questions.
To the passwords, we got to usernames. They hit Olivia up. Olivia got into the cloud ID.
She
like
changes
Olivia
the
hacked.
I want to see what Cy says here.
Like we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was two-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device, and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they say that they can't get into it. But regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong. No, we've never ever heard that. We've never been familiar with that at all.
You would remember it's about almost 300 questions, and it's a deep dive in any information. And this has nothing to do with the gag order. There's no reason they wouldn't do that. The reason I'm asking is there's certain things that would come out in their normal pattern. Like, hey, if they ran to the convenience store, what convenience store would they run to? Is it kind of if they met friends or everybody was going, was there a place that they would converge? And this, we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to.
No, wait, pause that. No. Okay, so check this out. Ready? And actually, I do have headphones. I just haven't done live with other people for so long. I'll get my headphones back in. Don't worry. Right there, pause, because guess what? The VICAP stuff, all that stuff. Guess who gathers all that information? Like Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police, and all this stuff about going what convenience stores they normally go to and all that type of crap. Who gathers that information, Cy? You don't gather that off the phone. You're gathering that off of interviews. You're gathering that off of like, hey, where would they normally go? And then you're comparing what people are saying, right? Because the VICAP is he doesn't want to talk about that long, but what I can't believe that he did not mention right there is I've seen Kaylee's phone, or I haven't, or I mean, you have no comment on that side. You're not going to say, well, her phone had an AFU download, okay? And this is what this means. And like, why doesn't he want to talk about any of that? Does he not know about that? I mean, again, I'm just shocked here. The family, I thought this was all about so the family could tell Cy what they were told. And do you have any information that you could provide us as to, is this true? Is this not true? Like, what's up, right? And right there, Kaylee's phone. What have you seen? What can you tell them about that? And so he knows, like right there, like, did they get into Kaylee's phone? What type of a download was it? And it's just that doesn't get answered, right?
No, that's why I said she changes it like back to his other subject, and so he never actually goes to he never even follows up with the fact like what do you mean they can't get into her phone? I've seen that. Well, and he offers up that he's going to talk to them offline. So maybe maybe he clarifies with them that yeah, we do have that. So I don't know. It's, but who knows?
Oh wait, we have a link here. I have the link of the video. If you want me to
perfect.
send it to you,
Yeah. You can send it to me, or
Yeah,
or you can just
I'll
play it.
just email it to you, and you can just. Is there a public email that if you said out loud, I can type it in?
It's criminality187@gmail.
Got it. All right, I just forwarded it to you. That should be the link. Thank you so much. Somebody sent that. Thank you so much. I think it was Diddy. Thank you so much.
Okay. So apparently, a lot of people are saying it was like deleted like 12 hours after. Did you emailed it to me? Okay, let me pull my email real quick. So, and like I said, there could be some follow up that's done offline that we don't get to hear, and where he says like, no, they didn't.
Kaylee Gonzalez
because like they're talking offline now. Okay, so this is TikTok. Make sure that you guys can hear it.
What's the date of the video?
Well, this looks like it's a repost, so that's hard to tell you. Somebody else put in chat though that she had posted the video on 12/22 on her channel. I think it was 12/22. Let me go back up and look. Or somebody, whoever put that in here, 12/30. Here it is. It was 12/30/2022. Diddy did it.
Yeah, but that's the date of the interview.
Happened. So let's see what she says.
Or like when they're actually.
shares with me something she found disturbing on the day of the murders. Here's a screenshot of Kaylee's LinkedIn account. Notice how Kaylee's account was active at 11:33 p.m. on November 13th. This was 12 hours after the 911 call was made, and her account was deactivated.
The content is unwanted or harmful. But I mean, obviously, I didn't report it.
Olivia also shows me an email where she messaged Moscow PD and asked them why they deleted Kaylee's LinkedIn. They replied and said it was illegal for them to do that, and it was not them. So the big question is, who was logged into Kaylee's LinkedIn, and why was it deleted? Kaylee had other social media accounts. Why her? Kaylee Gonzalez.
Okay, pause.
Okay, so that's interesting. Hold on, I want to go back and see something because she shows the screenshot.
Something she found.
She shows the screenshot of when she sees that she's on, which is at 11:33.
Disturbing.
Right?
Thing she found disturbing.
Yeah.
She doesn't say
on the day of the
how long
murders.
after it was.
Here's a screenshot of Kaylee's LinkedIn account. Notice how Kaylee's account was active at 11:33 p.m. on November 13th. This was 12 hours after the 911 call was made, and her account was deactivated.
She doesn't say when it's deactivated. Is it deactivated while she's looking at it at 11:33 p.m.?
I think there's a longer interview of that. And that's just like the small version, like the smaller version. I tell you, I swear there's a longer back and forth between those two. Like that little clip. Go to Chronicles of Olivia on YouTube.
I think she deleted everything.
Chronicles of Olivia did?
I'm almost positive. I think because I follow her new channel with Steve Jr. And I thought she took down everything Idaho related. I could be wrong, so I'm going to look.
Wait, this is 11:13, right?
The screenshot when she was actually
Her
active on
account
there
was deactivated.
is 11:13. But
That's when Rosie was at the scene, and they kept all the. I want to know what evidence. I want to know if the phones left. What's the time transport on the cell phones of the victims, because they left evidence in the house overnight because they didn't take things to Moscow Police Department. There's also stuff in temporary holding. But at 11 o'clock, Nate Rosendahl is the quote unquote house scene security without a body worn camera on.
okay.
Everybody else was wearing one. People said that he wasn't wearing one that night when he was at the crime scene to be the security scene, and he wasn't there. Okay, I think we have another link. Here's the longer one. Ready?
Okay, where are you sending it?
To the same email.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Give a shout out to Conspiraling.
Spiraling. Yeah, it doesn't say when it's actually deleted. It just shows that she was active at 11:33. But I'm also curious, is LinkedIn like other social media where it'll have like an active thing? I've never looked into this like in research purposes. But you know, like Snapchat has a little green button on it if you're active for for the 24 hours after you're active. So it just says you were active within the last 24 hours. And then I'm wondering, like LinkedIn wise,
Did you get?
let me go back.
Did I send it to you?
No.
You says criminality 187
87.
at Gmail.
Yep. What's up, Accomplished Day? Thanks for coming in. I was giving you some big shout outs earlier. I was using some of the stuff from your timeline. So I'm wondering,
Okay. We got that now.
does anybody know? It's S-Hocket's saying no, but I don't know if she's saying no to me or not. Yeah, I don't know that about LinkedIn. I've not done the research on that to be able to tell you. Okay, the long one.
Just show you something interesting.
Can you guys hear that?
I learned
I can barely hear it.
about Kaylee and her LinkedIn profile being active after her passing. And the person that shared this information with me is Olivia, her oldest sister. Today, we spent some time with the Gonzalez family. I have been in contact with Steve Gonzalez. He reached out to me a few weeks ago, and they invited us to their home today. They are very, down-to-earth people, very nice. So let's talk about this LinkedIn situation. So Olivia, here's a video of her showing me this screenshot right here. The green right here by the profile picture says that this account is active. Olivia screenshotted this at 11:33 p.m. on November 13th. This is about 19 and a half to 20 and a half hours after the murders, which is alleged to be between 3 to 4 a.m. And this is about 12 hours after the 911 call was made on November 13th. This is less than 24 hours after everything happened. This is very, very strange that her account is active. And this is where it gets weirder. So Olivia, she was shocked when she saw this. She screenshotted it. Then she went to show her friend. And she clicked on Kaylee's LinkedIn profile, and it had disappeared. Not available. Her account was literally deactivated and wiped out.
Still no date and time.
The big question is, who was logged into her LinkedIn account and why did they delete it? Literally less than a day after the murders happened. Super, super strange. Olivia was enraged. She told me she emailed Moscow PD and said, "Why did you delete my sister's LinkedIn account?" They responded and said, "No, we did not do that. In fact, it's illegal for them to delete any social media profiles. It's illegal." Just show you something interesting.
All right. So that's interesting. They're still not clarifying. So she's went to go show her friend. Does she go to show her friend at 11:34 p.m. or does she go to show her friend the next day? Does she go to show her friend on 11:15? We don't know when she goes to show this friend and the LinkedIn profile's gone. We just know that supposedly 11:33 p.m. on November 13th.
Well, I think the way that she's saying it, though, she's trying to make it seem like that it all kind of like, think about it. If I take a screenshot because like, oh my God, like it's on, like, let me take a screenshot and now let me go show my friend. Like, it seems like the way that she said it, though, it was to be all like that it happened, like, you know.
It could be. It could be. I want clarification. Like, I would like to know.
I need clarification.
Okay. Yeah. I'd like to know how much longer does she realize, like, oh, wait, her account is deleted. If in this video.
I just feel like she was probably doing it right then and there. And I know that for me, I would have taken a screenshot of that and then I would have sent that to my friend. And then, I mean, for all we know, the friend that she's talking about could be Jack D, right?
Restraint.
That she sends it to her friend because she's friends with Jack D. And
she told me she emailed
What
Okay,
is
so
this? When you
that's
zoom in, what does it say?
I wish I could zoom in. That's why I was like, can I make TikTok full screen? Like here's where my tech stupidness comes in. Like, can I make this full screen?
Yeah, I don't think you can. I don't know.
Because I'd like to be able to see, is this the email that she sent? You know what I mean? Because if it's 11:16, then we know that there's obviously some time gap in between there. I don't even know if that is the email. I can't fucking see anything about it. So
Jordan Spark says no. LinkedIn's active status does not show the exact duration of how long you've been active or online. It only shows, yeah, that's how I've seen them. So I would.
good to know.
I'm not saying I peer reviewed it, but that's how I've seen it.
All right, we'll have to peer review that, and we'll let Jordan Sparks know on our peer review.
Yeah, I agree. I think the deletion was the same day. And I think that can you see the date of the email that she sent Moscow if you go to the last one, the shorter one, because like she like gets closer up to that. Yeah. So like right there.
This isn't that. This is the invitation from Kaylee to Olivia that she sent to her on November 3rd.
Yeah, so think about this. You are so pretty, says LinkedIn member.
5:41 p.m. on November 3rd. That's when she's like sending it. She sends this to Olivia, apparently.
Okay.
That's how she knows where her account is. It's like it's gone. But I don't think she
Olivia also shows me.
But I mean, obviously, I don't. Is unwanted or harmful. But I mean, obviously, I didn't report it.
Olivia also shows me an email where she messaged Moscow PD and asked them why they deleted Kaylee's LinkedIn. They replied and said it was illegal for them to.
Oh, see, this is 11/6/2022 from LinkedIn to Olivia. Your new connection, Kaylee Gonsalves, sent you a message 3 days ago. You are so pretty. So yeah, so the 3rd, she sends her this message.
So she's just showing that, like, that's how she's matching up to say, see that right there? That's my sister's account. Do you see how it's gone? Right. So that's what. So dude, they did like multiple, like they did multiple ways. This is what you're supposed to do. This is like what you would call like independent verification. Like everything holds its own. She has this part. She's got that. You get what I'm saying? Like they're using multiple places to prove and show that account that she's showing Olivia on this interview, that's her sister's account. That's what the message said. And then I'm showing you that this is what the email said. So it's all matching up. And so she just was new basically to LinkedIn. And remember, she's announcing in LinkedIn where she works. And, you know, she looks like, when did she probably just activate that? But it would be like, wow, why were you deleting this? And it was like she didn't want somebody didn't want people to know where she worked or whatever was on there.
Yeah, which we don't know.
Do that, and it was not them. So the big question is, who was logged into Kaylee's LinkedIn? And why was it deleted? Kaylee had other social media accounts. Why her Kaylee Gonsalves' sister account was deactivated?
There's no email on this one. I think it's on this one. I think that could be it, or that could be a screenshot of her actual LinkedIn, because I mean, it kind of looks resume-like, but I don't know. I can't see it, so. But I mean, I do think that's interesting.
Right there, deleted 12 hours after 911 call. Deleted.
Well, it's because she's writing that, because the screenshot of when she's active is 11:33 p.m. So the 12 hours is from the 11:33 p.m. to the 911 call at 11:50, whatever. You see what I'm saying? There's still nothing that says when it was actually deleted. She's saying this, but that's not what she says in the video.
I think just because I
know what you're saying. I get it, and it makes sense, but I'm still just struggling with it. I want clarification on when it was actually deleted. Does she look at it, walk over to her friend in the same bedroom and say, hey, look, check this out. Here's, Kaylee's account, it's active, and then it's just not, it's gone. I'm overthinking it. I don't know.
No, I think back then, didn't you only have so much time to get one of these stupid fucking videos together? Like, how much time did you only have? Like 30, 60 seconds or something?
No, this is from her YouTube, though.
Oh, that's YouTube.
This one's, this
is
TikTok.
Why was Kaylee's account like 12 hours after 911?
Somebody recorded it and put it on TikTok. But this little screen right here is Olivia's live.
Okay, so these are your options. Kaylee's iPad, or not iPad, Kaylee's laptop or Kaylee's phone, right?
Right.
all lead back to Mowry. Those items were still in the house. I haven't seen, we need to see the chain of custody on Kaylee's phone. We need to know when the phones, sometimes what they do at scenes, you know this, Teresa, if it's an important piece of evidence, they will say, we need to gather up those phones right now so that we can like get to work on them. You know what I mean? To download, do all that type of crap. And so what I think is interesting is there is none of that being said in any of the reports. Like it was like they were like the victim's phones. Who fucking cares? These phones they don't mean anything. They're just.
That's just crazy. I'll be right back, Lana.
And I've just never seen anything like this in my life. When you look at when somebody doesn't focusing on the victim's cell phones, there's a reason. It's not because it helps their case. Like it hurts the case. That's why they're not focused on it. And I just never seen anything like this in my life, that it's just so like obvious, like so obvious that. And then when you find out that Detective Mowry lied about having the phone, he lied saying he didn't have the phone. It was in Walla Walla for 4 or 5 days when it was not. I mean, how you're not the family calling these people up and just absolutely losing your fucking dick up in their asses is beyond me. And trust me, I've made it perfectly clear to Steve Gonsalves about it. You know, I did not sugarcoat it. I said, I have no idea why the fuck you aren't suing these motherfuckers. Okay. I believe that there's always trial strategies and how you want to go about things. But if you do not at some point add these motherfuckers to this lawsuit, yeah, you can always be my beta, baby. These people are insane. Like, not the family, these cops. I mean, people want to say that, you know, Cyree over here talking about the FBI. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is not just the FBI. And I say it like that, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, wake up. Like, that's like my boy. Okay. And it's like, dude, it's not that these cops, these local cops, the ISP people, they are thicker than thieves. And this is not some inept shit. This is bad. This is bad. And if Kaylee wasn't doing like coke and stuff like that, and she wasn't one of the ones doing it, and people thought like, you know, that Kaylee was going to tell on somebody. I mean, I have no fucking clue. But deleting her LinkedIn, getting on within from the chain of custody slips, those phones weren't even. Where were they? Where were they? Because go read what Payne put out. Where was all the evidence? Oh, we kept the evidence in the house. We kept the evidence in the house. We just let it stay overnight. Well, didn't some of the stuff come, you know, with you? Yeah, and it was like the first, I don't know, 10 to 26 items, I think, if you look at the Spillman. It's a joke. And I'm just like, those phones should have came out like at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Those should have been the first things that were photographed, taken, because we need these. Can we get all these phones photographed? Lana, here they say Olivia clarifies it was either the 24th or the 27th that Keely's LinkedIn account was removed. Oh my God, I was right. Of November or December. Because if it was November or December, if it was November, that's when Mowry had the phone.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab that link so we can see.
Okay, if that is November. And you know what? She probably can't even speak on. That's probably just when she saw that. That doesn't mean that like, if that's just when you caught it, like, how would you be flagging it? Were you checking it every single day, every single hour? If she fucking put down in November, I would pass out. Please tell me that she put November, between November 20. Lana, here they say Olivia clarifies it was either the 24th or the 27th. If it's of November, Mowry has the phone. And Mowry lied about having the phone. Please tell me it's November.
Okay, so Olivia Olivia interviewed Kaylee's sister, Olivia, and the sister said that right after the murder, she tried to get into Kaylee's LinkedIn page. She said the account was hung up the first time she tried, and the second time it was removed. The account was hung up? Okay, that doesn't make sense. Who would have the ability or clearance to do this and why? First one is her sister later clarified that it wasn't removed right away. The sister saw that the status was green and thought someone was using Kaylee's account, but she didn't realize that if it was a hollow green circle, it just meant that she had notifications enabled. Is that true? I've not researched LinkedIn, so I don't know this. I can do a little bit more.
Okay,
research.
well let's say that's true. Who gives a fuck? What else?
Later, the account was gone. I think either the 24th or the 27th. Her sister wrote the clarification in the comments on one of the original posts. My guess is that Kaylee's employer requested to have it removed. They were listed on her LinkedIn page and were probably getting a lot of calls, emails, etc. LinkedIn allows people to report someone as deceased, as they will hide the account but not remove it. Okay, so two things here. One is the hollow green circle on LinkedIn. Is that actually what it means? And then two, if her sister clarified on one of the original posts, Olivia has taken down all of her Idaho 4 videos. At least they're not on Chronicles of Olivia's page anyway. So they did not provide a screenshot. She clearly said in the video that it was removed on November 13th later in the day. No, she didn't.
No. Hold on. I got it. Ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. According to, it says solid green circle. The user is online right now. Hollow green circle. Green ring around with a white center. The user is away from the app, but has mobile push alerts turned on. So no. So a solid green circle, again, unless, let's clarify and make sure that this was in 2022. In 2022, a solid green circle on LinkedIn meant the exact same thing it means today. The user was currently active. Oh my God, this is why they wanted to purposely come out and say that. Because again, they're listening to the police. Hey, we need you to don't say that because we don't want people. Holy shit. Yep. Okay. A common misconception in 2022 was it did not mean they read your message. A solid green circle only tracked platform activity, not read receipts. This is really important. It was on by default. Many users in 2022 did not realize they were broadcasting their online status to their first degree connections. And that's a first degree connection. The person was no circle is the person was completely offline, or they went into their settings to hide their active status. Can you tell the difference from phone or desktop activity with green dot? No, you cannot tell the difference between phone or desktop activity just by looking at the solid green dot. LinkedIn users use the exact same solid green circle for both devices. However, you can look for a subtle clue using the hollow green dot, a green ring with a white center. A hollow green dot, this explicitly means that the user is not on a desktop, as if it's a hollow green dot, but they have LinkedIn mobile push notifications turned on. Solid green dot, the user is actively using the app on their phone or browsing the site on their desktop. The app does not display a unique mobile or computer icon to separate the two. So what is it? I see, what is it? A hollow green dot? Again, LinkedIn is very specific here, and they say that if we do not, you're not going to be able to tell that somebody is active via phone or via computer.
I am very curious now to see. You were like, I'm reading too much into it, you guys. And now it's like, did the fucking LinkedIn get deleted at the time that Mallory had the cell phone? No, yeah.
Well, yeah,
no,
no, I think, well, bottom line is that number one, somebody was in the phone or on the desktop, right? And my question would be is, did she even have LinkedIn downloaded and on her phone, on her computer, or did she only use LinkedIn via her cell phone? But I know that there's something that's interesting about all of that is Nate Rosendahl is at the house, does not have his camera on, and he's the scene security at that house where a ton of evidence was left. I can go back and double check to see if Brett Payne takes the phones. Did he take the phones in the first? They were kept. Nothing was checked in until the next day. So everything was in temporary holding, and the majority of the evidence, like the majority, was even just left in the house, and it was basically protected by a cop standing there with no cam on. Unbelievable. These people are just ridiculous.
Well, I'm curious now. So she isn't actually active at 11:33 p.m. I think we've confirmed that at this point, right?
She's not. Wait, she wasn't active?
She's not active because it's got the little white thing in the middle. So she's not active at 11:33. It just means that she has push notifications turned on to her phone. Correct? Because otherwise this would be solid green, right? Isn't that what we're saying?
That's a hollow green dot. This explicitly means the user is not on a desktop, but they have linked mobile push notifications turned on.
Right. That does not mean she's active. It just means
Correct.
that she's on her settings, her LinkedIn is allowed to send her notifications.
That means, yeah, if you were to message her, yes, it would, yes.
So a little green dot.
So if it was,
you're looking that up on your phone, I was going to have you show it so we could see, because it's probably showing you on your phone the difference between the hollow dot and the green dot.
You want me to ask her if I can you diagram for me?
Are you fucking chat? Are we chat GPTing right now?
The difference.
So I just want to make sure that before we
No, I was comparing it to LinkedIn, what they were saying, and then if you want me to diagram it for you, I mean, fuck shit.
No, I just want to clarify before we move past this that she's not actually active on LinkedIn at 11:33 p.m. on the 13th, like was originally told to all of us at the beginning. This symbol shows us that she has push notifications turned on to her mobile device, not that she is actually active on the site.
Yeah, it has to be active on mobile.
Ooh, now you guys are throwing more into it, Jesse.
Wait, there's one that's active on mobile.
I'm gonna pull up my fucking LinkedIn. Hold on. You know what? Maybe I should pull.
This to me doesn't matter.
Okay.
What matters most is that was deleted. Okay, and
when it was deleted.
Yeah, and so we know that it was deleted between, obviously, the day she died, right? Because that's proof. Well, I guess my question is how do we know that okay, so the screenshot, though, what it proves is that her sister didn't delete her account between 11:03 and 11:13. You get what I'm saying? Because she took a screenshot of the account on 11:13. So Kaylee did not delete the account. That's what it shows to me. And then it was deleted then between 11:13 at 11:13 p.m. And then when Olivia saw it when did she email Moscow? What day was that email? Because that's just going to tell you the day that she realized that it was deleted. That doesn't mean that it could have been deleted before that, you know. That's just saying when she realized it. So there's no proof of it. There's tons of proof, Jenny. The proof is that she had a LinkedIn account and then it was gone. It was deleted. And Kaylee did not do the deletion of the account and that's what the proof is. And so that somebody else did, and that matches up perfectly with Mallory and his shady fucking ass. What's that say?
I'm shoving my face with food, so I muted.
Oh, what is this for? Is this LinkedIn?
This is what Yellow just posted or sent to me.
Well,
so this is the 11th supplemental for Discovery. This is from Ann Taylor.
Is this new?
No.
Are you sure?
Well, no, I haven't read all the stuff yet.
Oh no, I'm saying like I've never seen this.
Oh, for real?
Well, supplemental 11. What have I? What's this follow-up on the investigation related to Shannon Gray?
Let me go back to the top.
Admissibility of demonstrative exhibits. Okay. This is new. Because it was unsealed.
Well, don't put it up. Well, you're supposed to tell me that beforehand.
Don't put it up. Why can't you put it up? I'm confused. You're allowed to put that. I mean, it's not like it's sealed material. It's unsealed.
Now I want to see it. Hold on, let me read it really quick, and let me just see what's in here.
No, you're allowed to show that was unsealed by the courts. It hasn't been unsealed by the courts?
I don't think so. Well, now that you're saying you haven't seen it, that's why I'm like, wait a minute.
No, it's because it's because Moscow keeps on posting, like, or I should say Ada County, they keep on unsealing documents because that's what they have to do, and they put them up on their stupid website. So usually on Friday nights, they have a big dump. And so you can like go through.
Okay, I'm going to read this really quick. Let me just read it.
But that's what that is. Nothing that you're showing is bad. It's like all the other documents when they get unsealed.
It doesn't say that on there. It has a different word. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is.
Yeah, it says it's filed under seal with the courts. Yeah, because then they have to unseal the sealed ones.
So all audio to all video available from 1112 King, including from 11/13/22 at 12:55 a.m. through 11/17. Audio has been provided. We are seeking all the audio and video that exists from this camera. We are missing sound from 12:55 a.m. to 2:25.
Yep.
And 12:05 p.m. through 5:22. Oh, there's no sound from 11. Okay.
Well, so, no, there is. We got it. Like,
okay, based upon
our head tell them to do the same thing.
I didn't under the 17th. I guess I haven't watched anything on the 17th to see if.
Hey, Yellow Cube, send me the same thing so I can see what she's talking about.
For you right now. I got you.
I think it's fine. I think you can show it.
They said no, so they sent it to me. I'm not gonna just show it.
Oh well, I mean it's.
I don't even know what I'm looking at to show or not show. So that's why I'm like, wait a minute, I don't even know what this is.
Is it? Oh, she says you can. It says you can show it.
Oh, I can show it. Okay. Okay. Well, now, shit. Hold on. Let me put it back over here.
Okay, so go to the.
All right, hold on.
This is the first page, right?
Well, no, the first page is like all the, this is what we're
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, but the first page of the, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, it says sealed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 219 is good. Right there, that complete copy of an SD card from 1112. So she was onto that. She's like, let's see what this is all about.
Surveillance footage from Latah County courtroom, 1026.
Follow up on investigation related to Shannon Gray media sources.
That's interesting.
Oh, look at that right there. Identity of all certified. What was the day that she filed this?
The
Can you
15th, the 17th of March.
No. Go the day of this filing, like from the first page. No, keep going down. One more, because it's the exhibit. Keep going down. No, not that date. Right here, January 9th, 2024. Okay. I need that date. Okay, that's all. So this is like really, like, so when, this is when she was asking for it in discovery. So on January 9th, 2024, she's putting in these requests, supplemental requests, okay? Okay. That's what that means. And so if you, so Ann Taylor is asking for the full file system.
Yeah, I skipped a whole bunch. Because they wanted me to go to page 9.
Yeah, because right here she's asking for the full file of Bethany's phone because she's like, where is it? Because the advanced logical extraction only is what was previously provided to defense. And then she finds out that they never did a full file system. See that? And so they did do an advanced logical extraction only is what was previously provided. What about Dylan? Look at what they did in Dylan's. Do you see that?
They did do an advanced logical on her phone. They just didn't do the full system.
Yeah, I know. You know what? It was because of Dylan's. Look at Dylan's.
All they've seen is the report that we've seen already. At this time.
Data. You're seeing the data used to produce this report. Look at Eric Gower. They just did. So they did his. Here's Kaylee's full file system. We've only, right here, full file system extraction for Kaylee's phone after it has been unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
You know why they wrote it like that? See how it's after it's been unlocked? Because she read the report from Chris Ruckert. That's what it tells me. The defense has been provided an extraction with user data encrypted due to the phone being locked. There is additional information stored in an unencrypted area on the phone that has not been provided. Whew. Please let us know what the current status. See, they're asking for it this way, and she's going to hold back how she knows what the current status of the phone is and if steps are still being taken to unlock the device. That's a setup by Ann right there to ask it that way.
Well, now I'm really curious about the responses to this supplemental.
Oh, yeah. All reports, information, and data, including all experts, the state has relied upon in developing the affidavits in support of all search warrants. Look at when they're asking for all that. Why wasn't that asked for a long time ago? Like you were planning on. Okay, see that to me shows ineffective assistance of counsel. Highlight that. What's that number there? This is why.
What do you want, Kaylee's 257?
No, down for one more from that.
258.
Right there. Number 258, let me tell you why. You would be asking for all of this before you were ever have a preliminary hearing. I mean, not a preliminary hearing. I mean, yes, a preliminary hearing. So why are you asking for it in January to have all the reports, information, and data, including all experts, the state has relied upon in developing the affidavits in support of all warrants? That just seems like that's something that you'd be asking for right off the fucking rip to develop your probable cause warrant. So, Ann, that just to me seems super ineffective if you were planning on having a preliminary hearing because I don't know. That was before the No, it wasn't before the preliminary hearing. This was filed January 9th, 2024. The preliminary hearing was set to happen in 2023 in June. That's why I had Teresa scroll up to show you guys that was this filing of these supplementals was filed January 9th, 2024. Now, could AT have requested before and not received? Potentially. Usually, though, that would come if you're like restoring those requests. That wouldn't bear the number 257, 258, whatever it was.
Yeah, 258 is the one that you're interested in.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are all the good ones though. Like when they release these documents, the reason they're really good is because you can, since they're just giving us like such little crumbs, those are the requests that when you go through all of those and you put those in order, like you can see where Ann Taylor's head is. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's why we're making the investigation timeline.
Yep, exactly.
So Duncan Felici says, July of 2022 to December of 2022, LinkedIn reported 0 government requests from the U.S. to remove content. In 2023, January to June, they reported 5 requests to move content, and 100% of actions requested were taken. So January to June of 2023, 5 LinkedIn requests were removed on LinkedIn by the government, but none from July to December. And she sent me this report.
Yeah, you know what that proves?
It's a government request transparency report. So she's copying it from that. So that's what, just so you guys are wondering where she's getting that info from. She had sent me this and I hadn't been able to pull it up yet, but it is an actual place. It's LinkedIn transparency. So
yeah, that tells us that even more so that
I'll
Kaylee's
tell you that if it was deleted, it's deleted from her device then.
Exactly, from the user.
Right.
Or what would appear to be the user as the users in their account. And what they would also show is if you did it after the AFU extraction was done and all that was pulled and you got into her phone and you did it again. Like, so say that like you go ahead and you do her download or whatever, right? And then Maori gets the shit. Okay, now that we have that, now I got to get in here, right? Am I gonna delete it before, after? Well, looks like he did it before because but that would be, see, my thing is that would be in the extraction though. Unless look in and see if after first unlock, if does anything from.
Is LinkedIn tracked?
Yeah, that would be in her phone because what would be tracking it is that what that tells me is that it was deleted. After the extraction was done,
or and like Robot Block,
because it would show in the report the activity in the phone, like it.
Right. Well, the thing is did something happen? So we all know that there's massive amounts of trolls everywhere on anything to do with true crime, and I did not watch her LinkedIn in real time to know was anybody on there commenting and doing crazy shit that ends up getting reported and they take it down. I mean, I've been in Facebook jail. I couldn't even tell you how many times, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do still think it's a possibility that LinkedIn itself could have removed it, but I
don't think it was LinkedIn.
If they shut her, if they wouldn't have removed the app, they would have shut down her account and it would still show up on her phone. So I'm just saying, I think that there's a potential that it's either manually deleted from her phone or deactivated from her phone, or there's still the possibility that LinkedIn takes it down because it's being reported. Did somebody report it as a fake? I know I'm not a huge LinkedIn user. I mean, I have one, but
pull up the case of interest page. Do you have that?
Yeah.
And look and see what new documents just dropped on Friday. That's normally when they do it. So I can't say that it happens all the time, but I'm just curious if there was a new.
Hold, please.
I just think it proves enough for me that the account was taken down by somebody other than Kaylee. So then if you go to, yeah, you're going to want to scroll. It should be 2025, the year 2025.
I think that's what I'm in right now.
Okay. And go all the way to like, let me see. It should be like January, but we'll see. Oh, wait, scroll back up. What's that say?
State's motion in limine regarding text messages and testimony.
Okay, yep. Oh, yeah, keep going. That came out a couple weeks ago.
That's still what they're considering new.
Really?
Yeah, it still says new next.
Oh, wait, hold on then. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Go right up above. Well, actually, go to 2026. I mean, 2025. Sorry.
This is 2025.
Well, what happened in... okay.
2024 after the plea?
Well, 2025 was the plea.
Or I mean, or I don't know why I said plea. After the move?
Yeah. After no, just whatever.
CH says 2024. I just don't know if you want Ada County or you want.
Oh no, I wanted to see 2025. That you did the right thing.
Okay.
I wanted to see if in 2025, right there at the end, where's the Franks filing? So you can scroll down to 2024 to see if there's anything in there. It would be under Ada County though, I think. Because she filed it, I want to say in November. Yeah, see all this right here? This is what I'm waiting to get on. This is the Big Daddy stuff right here. All the filings for a Franks.
Franks is November.
Right there, yep.
Here it is, 11/14.
Yeah, click on that just in case. I want to see if, does it come up? How many pages is it? 1,000?
No, that one's 2.
It's just 2?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the Franks
this isn't her amendment. No, this is not. This is just the motion.
Oh, did the supplemental get? There should be a supplemental, or her memo maybe. Order denying motion, please request.
That's,
yeah, all these motions right here. This is what I'm waiting for.
For the memorandum for the.
I know it's out of. And I remember it was like there it is, right there. Order Frank's memo. Oh, so that's his order. So it should be before that.
Right. I don't know where. I'm just not.
And if anybody goes through that, if you go back through that like today and you looked at like to see how ridiculous his his answer is.
It's the order to seal the memorandum and support the price. There is no.
Because I think it got pushed. If you keep going like that way,
it's not right there.
Yeah, I know, and it got like pushed to over like here or something. It was messed up, but it got filed like. This people thinking that this is just so open and shut and blah blah blah. Fucking idiots. This case is the most fucked up shit I've ever seen in my life. The hiding, all of the sealing. And nothing to see here. Go back and read. If you guys are ever bored, go back and read what Hippler wrote in his order. Why he denied stuff. It's truly, with what you know now, how you could ever think. It's blasphemy. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It's all lies, and he just accepted it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Katie's on the case.
He accepted their lies with. I mean, it's being shown in front of your face, like. Yeah.
Okay, let me get out of all this so I can go back, because you're probably going to want to leave us soon. So let me see if we can fit in within the next half hour to hour some of the rest of my questions. Otherwise, we're going to end up on a part 3 in like a month from now. So I want to talk to you about the crime scene because I haven't even gotten to this.
Okay, yeah.
This is like literally we're just talking about all this stuff that still follows up from our part 1. Like that's just crazy. We've been on for 2 hours just continuing part 1 conversations.
Well, if you think about it, what's crazy about it is that why are we even having to dig through any of this shit? Like, this all should be stuff that should be answered in some way or another. Like, why the fuck are we still don't know these answers?
Well, I agree with you. That's hence why everybody's like, Teresa, you got to go back and try to figure out what the fuck's going on. Because I don't know. I don't know. We haven't got Mav. We haven't even talked about the damn crime scene. That's why I said it. She's still got another live to go. So I don't even know how much we can get into this because I still have. We're good. Okay. All right. So let's just talk about some of the crime scene discrepancies that have come up since I've been back in this case. And I want the first thing I want to talk to you about is the sheath.
Yep, sheath.
Part 3. Can't do part 3 next week because she's leaving me to go watch trials.
I'll have all my stuff down there. I have a nice little setup going on. I'll be covering Idaho 4 in the evenings every day next week. So
you're not going to be covering your day in court?
No, I mean I am. I'm going to be live streaming the court date. I'm live in there. Next week is all jury selection. So you fucking best believe, dude, we get to watch Jose Baez and Diane Menashe and however else they want to work this fucking shit to see them do a open, jury voir dire, what type of questions they ask to like get into the mind of the jury. This is something that you're never going to see again for years. People that don't watch it, but this is everything that you could ever want to. Trial strategy. Why are you picking certain jurors? Why are you getting rid of certain people? How do you go off of just even a couple hours of asking, group setting questions? And yes, they have to fill out a questionnaire, but how do you know when someone's not lying? If there could be a stealth juror? I mean, people are fucking psychotic. They will try to do anything and everything to get on a jury. How do you know that? So I think there's just a lot to see in something like that. So I'll be live streaming it. And then there's portions of it that everything's basically open up to the public, except for like you don't get to see their answers to the questionnaire until 7 days after they've been picked. So I think I can.
So your plan next week is you're going there. You're going to cover jury selection during the day, and then at night you're going to cover Idaho. But then when the trial starts, you're going to be in the courtroom. So.
Half and half.
Okay.
It'll just depend. I'm playing that all by ear.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you could pencil me in.
I mean, they'll probably tell me I'm banned. They're probably gonna be like, "There's no cowbell."
They're gonna call the courtroom and be like, "Don't let her in." Yeah. Don't let her in. She dresses like a nun.
All these court places, they just put me in the trial transcripts. How many people called me to tell me that I was in the Delphi transcripts? I'm like, for what?
Dude, do you remember I don't want to go too far off the side. I was just Lana's chasing down the jury and Lana's like on the phone with me. She's like, I'm doing what? And I'm like, really, you're chasing the jury right now, girl. You better get him. Yeah.
I mean, dude, over there you could walk around have beer out. Like you could have your beer, it's like open container over there, like no problem. It's like a Dora thing. And and I'm on every camera walking around just chilling in freaking Allen County or the hell we were. I'm on all these cameras, clearly not doing anything that these people said I was doing. But
dude, but I mean, as soon as they said that somebody was chasing the jury, like everybody who's like anti-Lana was like, "It's Lana," and I'm like, dude, I'm literally on the phone with her right now, and she's not chasing fucking anybody. Yeah, the girl's not even out of breath. She's just
right. And you know what? I was meeting my friend in that stupid ass, what was it called? The parking lot. It was like I don't know. I was meeting her because she was coming down. So I was like, here, meet me right here. I'm not fucking chasing you down. Like, meet right here. And then we're going right to this pizza bar.
The jury. I don't have time to chase you too, lady.
Yeah. And I was just like, I was like, come on. And we were allowed to walk around with alcohol around there. I was like, oh, this is bringing me back to my door day. So
pre-game and before the pre-game. All right, let's talk about the crime scene. So you can tell me your thoughts on all of this, because one of the big things that's coming out right now is that this whole chain of custody, I shouldn't say right now, but it's being really talked about more again right now, is the chain of custody on this knife sheath.
I think it's fucked.
Okay, do you want to tell me, do I have Lana chasing Brad Weber? I can't go there.
Okay, so this is what I see in it.
Brad Weber can't even run. He doesn't have a toe. It's not fair.
Brad Weber, why'd you do it? No wonder why he didn't move any. No wonder why yeah, look at that.
He can't get anywhere. Anyway,
so with the sheath, just so you know, all the body cam, it has all the guys that went in there, you know, and they're looking. None of the body cam catches the sheath. That's number one. How about that?
Yes.
Okay. Number two, the sheath is, you know, don't you think all of these guys would have been talking about that? We have all this body cam and they're over here talking about a lot of things while they're on body cam about the scene and again, something that we want to see because we want to hear if anybody mentions the fact, hey, dude, did you see that sheath up there? But if they're redacting things, then we're over here to guess, well, maybe they said it when they were talking here when it got redacted, you know, when it got silenced. So for me, something that I was really heavily paying attention to is that where do any of these first responders are communicating with themselves to talk about the sheath? And nobody talks about it. And then none of the detectives that when they get there are talking about it. And in fact, you have the coroner who goes in there with her little booties and comes out and wants to give away booties as souvenirs and makes some stupid ass comment. Here, you want this as a souvenir? I mean, to think that is disgusting. But I think when you put the two signature postmortems, you know, delicate slices with the girl's ear to ear, with those, knowing that they had to be done when they were done, which is postmortem, and it was very delicate to do it, and knowing how disfigured Kaylee was, okay, and that so somebody had to do that like after the fact, meaning like coming back up there. So what it could seem to me is that you're coming back up there to do that with a completely different, you know, object to make that fine lines. And then is that, I mean, it would coincide with then planning of the sheath, but.
Okay, so do you have a timeline put together?
For me, the sheath, I don't care if it's planted or not. For me, if the only thing against him is it doesn't get past reasonable doubt because of everything else. It doesn't, you're not getting over the hump for me. I'm not convicting because of a sheath that's a foreign object that is found. Wait, was it found on the floor? Was it found, you know, and when you explain all this and when you're going to just see a couple different pictures that are just like, I want to see the picture from the doorway. Can you see it like that? You want to be able to explain? I don't know, man. It just doesn't, regardless if it's planted, not planted. I just do not have any faith in the investigation. Because that's it. That's the only thing. Like that's all you have.
So what are your thoughts on this whole thing with the sheath now being stated that it's found on the floor?
Yeah, that's 1000%. That's what the notes. So when you're having somebody that takes the notes, right? It is writing down the notes of where everything was when they're in there because they're processing the scene. So you have your Idaho State Police lab person that's there to, you know, like they process. People don't understand what they did here. It needs to be laid out who was in there and when they were in there. And what you're going to realize, see, like right there, that's all the same lettering, all the same.
Okay. So I do want to touch on this because this is one of the reasons I wanted to ask about this.
What's on the left-hand side there? Let me see that.
The left hand.
Yeah.
This is
okay. I got it. Yeah. Yeah. So where it says scene to, you know, 11/13/2023. What's that first line say up there though? Like
right here.
Yeah.
Talbot.
Yeah, Talbot, right?
Yeah.
From scene to Talbot, right? 11/13/2022.
Yes.
Detective Talbot, then what's next?
To Detective Payne on 11/14.
Thank you. So this is the question is, where did you take the sheath home with you, sir? Or is it past midnight that it becomes 12 or 11/14? Because where's the times? Like, you give it out.
What I was going to ask is because this is something that I can, and I don't obviously know if Moscow probably isn't this advanced in technology. I don't know that to be true or not true, but I didn't know if anybody, you or anybody else, has done any research to know if in their, do they have, okay, so what typically happens is there's a barcode that's put on and everything is scanned instead. So it all goes into a computer system nowadays versus this label is literally just for show almost because everything is done by a barcode.
Okay, no, that's when you're, that's yes and no. That's your label. That's like your evidence label for the locker. You know what I mean? Like when you're checking it in.
But when people are like taking it in and out, it's now all done like via technology versus somebody actually signing it.
Okay, do you see where it says place barcode label here over top of where it says that? Where is what you're saying? Like,
that's what I'm asking. So I'm asking if anybody knows this, has research, does Moscow, Idaho have that type of technology? And I only know this because of where going back to school in Southern California, which obviously there's a lot more money. So I know that the police departments I was working with, they have it where you don't actually sign anything in or out anymore. It's all done digitally. And so the writing on here,
but you're still signing it in though.
No,
even though
it's all done digitally.
Yeah, well,
you don't actually sign anything anymore.
Well, you know what I mean? Like you have to go to the evidence place. Explain to me what you think that means.
What do you mean?
Okay, so hypothetically speaking, let's say that the sheath is in this all labeled, all sealed up, and it's at MPD. And we need to go take it to transport it to this Idaho State Police lab. Okay.
Yes, that's
no, that's not that. No. That's on 12/16. No. So I'm saying if you go down to the one that we were just on with all the people's same writing, okay, this is where you get to that part. So evidence, you see where it says from the evidence room over here, the fourth one down, evidence, and you have the will do, because two different people transport it. So evidence goes to this.
And Payne brings it to the evidence locker on 11/14. Sealed.
Correct.
You can see the date over here. It's sealed, and it's got I can't guarantee it, but it's definitely got a P for the last initial where he initials that he is signing it, and it's 11/14 of 2022 when he drops it at the evidence locker here.
Correct. Then look at where it says evidence, and then from the evidence locker on 11/16, this is the first person that takes it out of there, allegedly, supposedly. Okay, takes it out of there, checks it out, and travels 3/4 of the way to the Idaho State Police lab in Meridian, and meets up with then William, whatever the hell, it's like that's a last name, and he meets up with, I call him Tupperware, Officer Tupperware.
Williamson, it looks like maybe Williams here, Corporal Williamson.
Yeah, it's not Williamson, but it's
Farm.
Who gives a shit?
Okay.
But I call this next guy. So he hands it to, so he basically meets in some parking lots off of some exit, and he hands it then to Officer Tupperware is who I call this guy. Okay. And then, this is the only piece of evidence that ever is transported, and the one person that starts with it can't seem to just get it all the way there. The only piece. And then Officer Tupperware, he then goes to the lab, and here you go. Like that's then Officer Tupperware, see 11/16 from Officer Tupperware to the lab, which is, I don't even know what the fuck that shit is. And so basically what they're saying here, and I believe, like, see how it says like the date, the chain of custody date on there is 11/16/2022.
Yep.
And that's M2022-4843.
Yep.
Like there's a lot of things that they should be asking about that. But then bring that back up. Where's when they take the sheath and put it back? Okay, did it just stay at the lab? It looks like it didn't move from the lab. You see that right there? Until you scroll up. So this is the Idaho State Police's. You see this, whatever they want to call this, the sticky chain of custody? The person that had to put this on works for the Idaho State Police lab. Do you see that? Or works for Idaho State Police, not the lab, but Idaho State Police. You see that? And this person slapped this on, and I believe it's Detective Talbot. And I think he filled all of this in. I think that's his handwriting. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And he should not be filling out anything from the point of when something is passed to you, that's where from and to, like, what do you mean? Like you should be, if you're touching it again or, but hey, let's just say whatever with it. It's at the lab on 11/16. Now, where does it get checked into? Because then where is somebody saying I'm taking it and using it and doing whatever with it? Do you see how there should be like somebody is taking it? Who from the lab worked on this?
Well, I was trying to see if I could actually make out these names, because this is like ISP.
Yeah. But I have no idea if that says ISP what? What is that even? What is that? ISP what?
Initials. So is it like evidence? Is it an F? I don't know. That's why I was trying to see if I could get a better clarity on that. But my question is, one of the reasons I was bringing up this barcode is because for all of you guys who enjoy all this FOIA stuff, like this is what we need to FOIA, is the evidence code and see what was logged. That would give you a digital chain of custody and see what it actually shows.
But you would need I would even want the meta behind it, because then look at this. Show me on here where it goes back to.
Does somebody fill this out based on this barcode is my question. So that's where my whole thing is coming in, is does this get filled out based on information provided in here?
Okay, now I'm going to answer this. Ann Taylor had Talbot on her list, and she subpoenaed him for the suppression hearing, okay? And she does not call him to the stand. Now, remember, again, I don't know if it was just like, because they were like, we're going to give you a full Franks for the IGG. You know what I mean? And here you would think you would want to get into this about everything to do with the sheath, because that's where everything came from, allegedly, supposedly, right? She doesn't call him, so she can't. We don't know any of those answers. But how about this? Where on there does it say that this traveled after 11/16, that it went to Moscow Police Department back there? Because if you scroll back to the next picture, where you could see actually that one. Mm-hmm. See this one? See it right there on the scroll. Like you need that top part right there. From Candy, Flora. So that's the evidence person in Moscow. That's one of them. And it says to C. McKenna on 12/16/2022. This is because, from my understanding, it got checked out again, right? And then because it says C. McKenna, then to, what is that? Like 12/16, because they worked on the sheath more than once. But what everybody should be asking is when did it get back into the Moscow Police Department and in the evidence? I mean, what was it doing after, remember 11? Like, what was it? Where was it? Where was the sheath from 11/16 to 12/16?
In this evidence locker, according to this. Somebody in chat is saying we do have a digital chain of custody and documents. Like I said, you guys all know I have not been through all the documents yet, so I don't know that. Second, somebody brings up that the barcode is for location. I can only tell you from where I have worked or volunteered my time in local police departments around me in Southern California, the digital barcode is not only for where the storage is, it is also for chain of custody. You log it in and out based on a digital trail. It's got your name, your number, and when you're taking it, and you go in and you log it. Let me ask you a question. Does Moscow, Idaho have that based on the fact that they have this barcode? That's literally all I'm asking. I don't know if that's what this is.
Oh, well, Moscow tries to claim that, but yet there's no evidence of that because where is it? But more importantly, with what you're saying, I'm totally fine with a digital copy, whatever. But here's the problem: as long as it has to be you that signs into the computer and logs in under your number or whatever. But like, what do you mean? There's just this digital copy that like. That's the whole point of the chain of custody is that there's a name and a signature attached that each time it's passing hands,
Right.
so that person can testify to it.
So I just was looking for clarity. That's all I really wanted out of that. And I apologize if I went down too many rabbit holes with it. I really just wanted clarity if we know at this point and somebody says there is a document that shows the digital chain of custody. I haven't seen it. I will look as I go through all of the documents to continue to put everything on the timeline. I was just wondering if that was something that's already known or not known because I haven't seen it yet. So that's why it was one of my questions. I wasn't trying to mean everybody like go down a different rabbit hole. I apologize if I sent you down something else. I will, Victor. Thank you. Yeah, because
For example, here,
my own experiences working when I had to do all these freaking things for my degree, that was one of the things we had to go through was that this is what they use in Southern California. I just want to make that very clear to everybody.
I can just tell you this, that how can Detective Talbot be knowing anything because he didn't do any of this if there is no digital paper trail?
Correct.
Why is he writing all that up?
That's why I wanted to know. So
yeah, that's not the only time that happens.
Yeah, I will definitely look further into if they have something like that or if they don't. I just wanted to know if it was a known thing or not. Because
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Go ahead. I was just trying to figure out because it would make more sense if somebody sticks this on there later, goes through the digital system and goes, okay, I will write out the manual one as I go through the digital system on where everything went. Okay. So now, does that make sense to everybody? Thank you, Travis. Well, that wouldn't be the one I was looking for. I was looking for the one that would go. I'm going to go back to it now. Hold on. I'm looking for the one that would go here. It's probably still open. Yeah, here. The one that goes here. Here. That's all I wanted to know. So I apologize that I sent everybody off into different tangents. Okay, let me go back to my questions and then we can start talking about the next one. I'm going to skip that one for now. Okay, I need clarification on the blood spatter, and I'm working through DNA. That's obviously just on my list of things to do. Lana sent me to a channel that she said did a really good job with the blood spatter stuff. But what I've seen so far is that it was first reported that Kaylee's DNA is found on the beer pong table. And then it gets corrected and it becomes Xana's blood on the beer pong table.
That's wrong.
Or opposite. Which one is it?
Yeah. So basically what happens here is that Payne incorrectly numbers the evidence placards, like the tape. And so therefore when he's
not even tall enough to see over the fucking table to label anything on it.
Yeah. So so what that ended up happening when you did that and you didn't actually like catch that, then it labeled things differently. And that's where Paulette Sutton came in and her report is wrong and it had to be corrected. And so what it is that there is no, so Kaylee's blood and Maddie's blood, they're in the living room diluted though. And Xana's blood is nowhere except for in her room. So
okay, so that's an interesting thing that you say because it was Turvey, I believe, who actually said that Xana's blood is found in the kitchen.
No, okay, no. What he said was there was blood. He didn't say Xana's. And then, but I looked through everything, and there is nothing that tested positive for blood in the kitchen.
I'm almost positive it was Turvey who said that there was blood in the kitchen. But I'm gonna go. I'm making.
No, he did. He did, and
oh, wrong. I put that on the wrong one.
He said that. I'm saying that I don't think he said that it was Xana's. I think that he said Xana was interrupted like Xana was basically chased, and he thinks that it started in the kitchen when the killer or killers were leaving. But I'm like, so why would Xana run toward the person, and not run out the door, like the slider? I don't know. I wouldn't be running.
Well, I think she's running to Ethan. That's obviously theory. I think if she's running to anybody, she thinks Ethan's going to help her.
Well,
or she's going to lock herself in a room.
I just don't believe that she ran into anybody in the kitchen.
Okay, so blood on the beer pong table is whose blood ultimately?
Okay, do you have the picture? It's ultimately it's
buried in.
It's Kaylee. Kaylee, it's diluted. Here I have. Do you have Ruth's report by any chance? One of the reports. If we scroll, hold on. Let me grab something. There's a report that if you grab one of the expert reports, let me see if I have it. I can just pull it up right now. It has 1,000 pages, one of the filings, and it has everything in it. And if you use that one.
Is that this one? It might be this one. Let me see. The 1,045. Yeah, it's this one.
Yes. Okay. Now go to Go all the way down to what pages does she say? Does it by the pages? Okay, like that. Go to Ruth.
Is Ruth on
I think it's gonna be go to Ruth
Ballard.
Yeah. Now, yep. Scroll down and see where she's gonna go. I think she puts it all. If you go to or maybe is it that the one that she breaks down each room and tells you exactly where everything's at. So you have to get past her CV. Okay, so that's everything that she went through to come up with it. So those are she tells you everything that she looked at. Okay. And I don't know if it's her or if it's so if you get out of her CV and you go into right here. Right. Yeah. This is what you need. Okay. So go to the living room or whatever room you want to, but it starts right here. See where it says crime scene? So that was the page.
That's Kernodle and Chapin.
So if you go to the living room, if you go to the living room, banister connected to the second and third floor, it'll tell you.
Here's living room.
Okay. So what's awesome about what it shows you is that where's living room? Okay, yeah. It's showing you that so there was
so you guys can see what I'm looking at.
Okay. So is this the beginning of the living room?
This is that's the first.
F2 right here. Okay. So the first item is the 67, the backpack. Just so you see all of this stuff, it says never tested, sampled but was never tested. So everything to do with the backpack, pass it. But she's pointing that out now. Right here, beer pong table. So swab from a stain on a beer pong table. The swab tested positive in a screening test for blood. And then that's telling you how much human cells worth of DNA was recovered. And then it says that it matched Kaylee. And that's it. You see?
Okay.
And so that portion of it. Then there's the outside of the south kitchen window. Go past that.
Then driveway.
Yep, driveway with that blood. Come back down and go to in the living room. This is just telling you about everything. So let's go back to the living room. That's all that they did. Nothing was tested except when you go to the banister. If you go to keep on going back up to right, there's the vanity. Where's this half wall? Okay, right here. Banister connecting the second and third floors. So that's going up to, Maddie and Kaylee's room. And so here it is, item 24. And it's that's a mix. Or I'm sorry, no, that one's just Mogan. And there's one that's just right there. And so this is the one that's down coming from first floor up to the second floor. And that's unknown male B.
Okay.
And then when you can see, so I'd like this because it was it pointed out stuff that this is everything that they take from that house and did any type of swabbing. And even if just because you swab something doesn't mean that they tested it. And when you actually break this down, it was pretty fucking crazy because
But they're not even doing like presumptive testing for blood.
They did some of that like there, or like you could say like, see like one red brown swab from the stairwell, like where like, and that was what Maddie and Kaylee. If you look at, so everything here, go to the word that says like the banister on top of the pony wall. This to me is just super interesting because it's Ethan's blood
is on top of the banister.
Mm-hmm. And
did I pass that already?
It should be okay. That's the bedroom there.
Okay.
Right there. What's this? Edge of the door? No, not that one. That's all that room.
This is where we're just here for first and second floor.
Oh wait, what was the stairwell? That was that.
Connecting the second and the third floors.
That's the banister part. Yep, that's not the one I'm talking about. Here, swabs. What's the swabs of stain? See, those are the stains. On the half wall. So what's item 31 say when you just scroll down just a tad bit more? Oh yeah, right here. There it is, right there. Item 31, that's your big daddy. Because this is on top of the pony wall, the railing to walk towards the room, the bedroom. And this is on the top of that pony wall. It is this blood, this smear, and it goes a little bit inside of the walking up towards the stairs, like to get upstairs. That's Ethan's blood. And it's 99 to 1%. And it was Ethan was the source of the major contributor. And the minor component was too limited for comparisons. And it's basically like all of it. Like there's just it's so minimal that it's all of his blood.
Edge of the half wall.
Yeah, if you have a picture, do you have
it's gonna take forever to load inside the house. Pictures.
Oh, okay. If you have the
I'm gonna have a shit ton of pictures. That's why I said, but I don't have them separated yet to make it.
Okay, right here, you're close. Right here's the banister. Go to that one right there. It's row 4. Okay, right there. You see that White Claw?
Yeah.
That was not like that morning. This was up on top. If you look at the body cam, this was right where that's located. Put that back up top. Yep, and it was right on top of the blood. Okay.
But the blood wasn't on the top of here though. It was
right on the half of the top of that but it smudges in the inside of like where you're walking down the stairs.
On this side.
Yes. And it stretches kind of over. And what's interesting about it is that when you look at the body cam, if somebody was like, for that cardboard box that clearly light as a feather, for that to be standing straight up and straight down when the cops come in, right? Because their body cam's on it and supposedly nobody came up, nobody was messing with anything. And that's on top of and right where that blood is. And that's Ethan's blood 100%. Now, if somebody now how did that get there? None of, there's no blood. It's just all right where Ethan's located now, except for that. And that tells me it's a transfer stain. And I think it's transferred from like glove and it's just all Ethan. And the thing for me that I don't care, people could say, I don't care what the fuck they say. My brain tells me you're going to swab in Xana's room and Ethan's room and even upstairs. And so you can find me a mixture of, I don't care if it's, I want one of the people downstairs mixed with one of the people upstairs in this fucking house. Because you're telling me that the same person wore the same gloves, the same clothes, the same mask, everything. And
Okay,
the
so this
glove,
is why I wanted to look at. This is what I wanted to look at because you've said that I've heard you say this a couple times.
okay.
So there's a problem with it being 4. 3, I understand, but I'm very curious, and I don't, like I said, I haven't been through these documents, and I know this is like where you pointed me to this one like right away, on what they actually swabbed, because I'm also curious in the forensic side at the autopsy, do they swab any of the actual wounds?
No,
DNA?
not that I found.
Because I
Not-
think that would be more imperative because it doesn't seem to me that they're looking for that combo. So 4 combo of DNA.
Well, not
very
even a
hard
4
to determine.
combo. Well, fuck a 4 combo. I'm even just saying, I'm saying, how are you unable to do a compare? Like, I know that you can't do a comparison when you're asking for the minor component. I've learned that.
Hold on. I gotta address this comment just because this is just for fun and shits and giggles. You think
What?
I'm an idiot? Old Biscuit 54.
You're not an idiot.
Old Biscuit 54 here thinks I'm an idiot.
Yeah, Teresa's not an idiot.
I just think that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I think they're trolling.
Well, of course they are.
Oh,
So
okay.
if I'm an idiot, I don't even know what the fuck you're doing here. Number one, get the fuck
Yeah.
off my channel.
Yeah, I don't have time to talk to idiots. I'll tell you that.
Number 2, I don't have time to talk to idiots.
That's how I know you're not an idiot, because I don't fucking waste my time. Me and Teresa go way back. We've known each other since 2021. So welcome to criminality. But if I find it hard to believe, okay, if the person, and there was only one, and that Dylan saw this person, and what is it that the person was that walked out the back door, then how does somebody even touch where the blood is on this railing? How does that even happen?
Well, and so you're saying it's on the stairwell side over here?
Yes, it's like down a little bit more. I mean,
On this wall.
we could go in. Yes, it's down on top and on the side.
Okay.
Like I could try to pull it up. It takes forever when I pull my butt.
Yeah,
Stuff
that's how I
too.
feel right now. So I understand.
It's in a very in these pictures. They just unfortunately they didn't put them in any. Here, let me see which one we can look at. How about when you're going upstairs here?
Put these into smaller folders so that I can.
What about us going up the stairs right there? Is that to the top floor? I'm saying I would just think that, hey, you guys your theory on a case is based off of the evidence, okay? So I just can't possibly imagine if I was working a case with you, Teresa, that we're doing all of this, right? And we can't find any mixtures where somebody from downstairs in that room, their blood mixed with it's the same gloves that were soaked in blood of the upstairs victims, because of the way that they're saying that didn't transfer into and onto Xana somehow. Are you fucking kidding me? That's not possible.
No,
Xana,
the big one with Xana would be that it would be 3. So there'd be 3 contributors.
Well, I learned about that too, though. These people are just getting to pick what they want as to how many contributors they want to put in their little lovely when they're using their software programs. You get to, like, that's what I learned the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing. I was like, wait, what? That was just blew my mind. I'm like, well, how are you changing it that you thought it was, 3 contributors and now it's just 2 contributors, and then anytime you go ahead and you re-put in how many you think that it is based off of looking at something, it's always going to give you different figures. I mean, it was wild, and I'm just like, okay, this is ridiculous. But I said at the end of the day, Ethan's blood being by itself, and it's a big transfer smear. When did it get there in this timeline of events? If the person didn't go downstairs, so you're grabbing, and then the other thing is, if you're grabbing to like grab onto like the
if you have it on your glove and you're
It
grabbing
would
the
be,
pants.
it would be up top. It would be also like, it's a very interesting transfer stain for it to be that somebody was, it looks like it could be maybe even from like your, walking up and you bump into that pony wall when you're walking up or walking down. And so therefore your clothing that's bloody is pressing up and it's like a fabric smear. Their theory of the case is not supported by the evidence that we see at the crime scene of just one perpetrator, right? And that this happened in 4 minutes or 5 minutes or even like, what is it, 7? If you get in the house at 12:08, you have to be out of the house. And that's being kind to say 12:08 because the car, or 4:08 because the car is still like kind of like parking, driving up at 4:07 or something. And then it has to be out of the house by, I'm saying 4:19 and some change at the very latest to be then in a vehicle driving away and seen on camera at 4:20 and 42 seconds. And then when you put
have you heard this theory? And I don't want to stick on it too long, but have you heard the theory that Ethan got in a fight and came home bloody? Have you heard this theory yet?
Yeah, I've heard the theory of Ethan fighting. I would expect to see Ethan's hands all like either you're going to land some punches or people are going to land punches on you. Right. Fighting. So like, let me see his face. I don't know. Like there was no, what did they say was wrong with his face? I don't know.
Accomplished Day just donated 10 criminality memberships to all of us idiots in this chat. So thank you guys for, thank you Accomplished Day.
For fucking doorknobs.
For contributing.
Thank you, fucking doorknobs.
My path. Okay, so that one's done. Okay, so then I wanted to touch on I heard you talk about this, and obviously this is a big thing with Turvey coming out now, and this hair in Ethan's hand and/or on the bed frame.
Yeah.
So, and I've heard you say like at this point, like there's so much other shit, like I just don't even know if I give a crap about that. And it's hard because I absolutely understand what you're saying, but it's hard to not give a crap when.
Oh no, I give a crap about it, but just
I know what you mean, but it's hard. Like the public really gives a crap about it because it's literally what Brian Koberger is putting in his PCR. Like there's evidence that was not tested that could potentially show that.
Well, I think why he's putting it in his PCR is because of actually like the communication surrounding it. That's why. So I think that there is direct proof and knowledge of Brian Koberger not being given this material. Does that make sense? He has a witness to it. So of course for him, that's what I see. I see that Brent Turvey obviously has some knowledge, and I think that he has some evidence to back this knowledge up about however this went down with, how I see it, listening to his interviews, is that I have no idea who was Ann Taylor's researcher. I have no idea who she was relying on to help her connect dots, do whatever. Maybe it was just her. Don't know. But by Turvey saying, let's go back to the beginning, and we have to look at this stuff about chain of custody. And I agree with him, because at the beginning, what you're going to see is you're going to see people fudging reports, the Moscow Police Department making shit up, to include now Maury's with, again, the chain of custody of the phone of Kaylee Gonsalves. And that proves and gives weight to what Turvey's been saying, that Maury fucking lied about having Kaylee's phone. And it's in a report. And that just is going to give weight to what Turvey is saying. And
so is there anything that shows that the hair on the floor by where Ethan's hand was, there's hair on the floor there in the crime scene photos. Is there anything that shows that hair was tested?
Okay, this is how I feel about the crime scene when you want to talk about photos. We have 1/4 of these photos.
Oh yeah.
Nothing that shows remotely of what transpired. It's all blacked out. So it's like, this is why I say, you want me to work, like, Turvey, you have the photos. We don't have any of that. And they're all redacted. We can't even get close and sniff enough to like.
Well, we
What's
see
where?
the hair on the floor, and we see the hair on
Well,
the
here,
bed.
pull that up then.
Am I going to get? That's what I'm looking for
Oh,
right now.
wait. I didn't know if it was like.
It's
I
pretty
forget-
gross.
Did he show? Because I want to know if there's actually. I was told that there's a part of the scalp and hair. Where is that? That's what would pique my interest.
Maybe I'll just send these to you then. I have two. It's the hair that's on the bed frame on the slat. It's on like
I
a
think
wood
that Turvey should put this. I think that Turvey should put this photo out.
But there's obviously not one that has the hair in Ethan's hand. Hold on, let me see. Of course, where the fuck did I put it is another question.
How come none of Ethan's fingernails have any of? Are they? Is there any DNA on Ethan's fingernails or by him that has Xana's DNA mix? I mean,
Did they even test? Like, we're talking about hair in Ethan's hand, but I haven't seen yet. Like I said, I'm still trying to go through everything from the last year. Gosh forbid that I haven't done it in the last week, but I haven't. But on the crime scene photos that were released, there you can see the hair on the floor, and you can see the hair on the bed frame. But I cannot find a document that shows either one of those batches of hair was tested at all.
No, it wasn't. The hair was not tested. That's why I said pull up with everything with Ruth. Ruth shows you what was tested, and
there's nothing outside of what Ruth has.
Well, that's all. Everybody's theory of this case.
That's all that was tested.
That's the whole. That's what my argument is. My argument is, oh my God. Well, nothing was tested, and I'm just like, how are people? That's what I asked you the first time. I said, dude, if me and you were to work a case together, there is no way that we're gonna just test some of this shit, and it's all coming back. And I'm like, wait a second, dude. Like, wow. Like, we didn't like. How is Kaylee's blood diluted in the living room, right? How does that even happen? Well,
this is very much like that.
Who cares? Well, why is it only Kaylee's blood? How is it only Kaylee's blood? How is Kaylee's blood by herself after that, well, because what it seems like to me, I don't know, maybe the person that went up there second to like put the post-mortem, do all that. And I don't know, man. All I know is that the state has to explain it. Like nobody's explaining this crime scene. They're just saying that it's diluted blood and it could be from fucking somebody's mouth spitting or like, and I'm like, no, how? Because that was when it was Xana, because it was marked wrong. And
these are not the pictures from the crime scene pics that I have, but I'm just going to pull them up because I think it's easier than me trying to dig through what the hell I have. So this is what's on the floor. This is what's not on the floor. Obviously, I mean, that is a chunk of hair. And could there be something attached to it? Absolutely. I mean, there is. I don't know if they have the other one in here.
Oh, wait, what did it say right there when it highlighted that? What did it say?
Items submitted from Ethan Chapin, items 3, 12, 31 were examined for hairs microscopically consistent with hairs in the head hair.
They were consistent
with hairs in the head hair sample. Wait, were examined for hairs. I think this is just worded bad. What's highlighted? None were found. So it's the way that they worded it because it's like a positive and then a negative. So they're testing it for consistency. It's not consistent, which is, I mean, we know that.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find the other one because there's the one that's on the bed frame. I don't even know if it's going to come up.
It also just sucks because
the whole thing. So you can see like these are the slats on the bed. So when the bed is pulled away from the wall, this is the hair that's on the bed slat.
That's over there to the right.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, I wish I can't. The problem with looking shit up on like Google is I can't fucking zoom in on it. So I like to have my own pictures.
Yeah.
What I want. But this is a close up when it's next to the wall, when the bed is flush with the wall. This is the close up so you can see like hair, and then down there is where this is underneath here, and then here's the closer image of that. Does that make sense? But I can't find anywhere that this is tested. I mean,
I
does it look?
I
consistent?
relied, yeah,
But I mean, I don't know how you just don't
I
test
relied on well, that's I relied on the expert reports, and when I saw that the conclusion of 16 expert reports had the same very, very important opinion, which was the amount of items that were either, the amount of items that were not tested
Mhm.
is astronomically high for this type of a crime, and for their theory of the case, because it's not supported. Go read Ruth's. If you pull Ruth's back up, she goes red flags, and it's so sweet how she lays it out. She's like, she gives two things in the if you want to think Brian Kober is guilty, basically, when she goes all the way to the end and she's like, here, these are the things that you need to focus on, and it says it's her last opinion. So if you go past all this, keep in mind, I just go all through that. I mean, because if you guys want the report that says, hey, this is what was taken and tested and or what was swab compared to what was tested, this is a report to go to. And look at all this crazy shit. So much of the shit was not tested. So much so that they wanted to find blood in Brian Kober's car to try to match it to the victims or, their DNA. There was something that tested positive for blood, and they didn't even test it. The defense tested it. Okay, right here. This is it.
This whole thing, or
no, keep going back down, right where she was in her opinion, right there okay, right here. Wait, that was the top. No. But go up to the right here. With these facts in mind that she just gave you, with these facts in mind, it's my opinion that the biological / DNA evidence in the current matter, State versus Brian Kober, paints a puzzling picture with limited support for the state's theory, as well as evidence undermining that theory. So it's twofold. It's not, it's like there's, and then she says, on the one hand, there is good support that Mr. Kober's DNA was found on item 1.1, a swab from the knife sheath, right? Number two here, the sheath is designed to carry a knife consistent with injuries inflicted on the victims based on my review of the Latah County prosecuting, blah, 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 blah. Then she goes, on the other hand, and then, so those are the two points that she says. And then read all of these other points, which is just scroll, look at all of this shit. And it's just like, this is an expert that's signing their name to something. They've done this their entire career and they're decorated with it. So despite the large number of evidence items collected and tested and the speed with which the bloody attacks purportedly took place, no blood, no hair, DNA from the victims was detected in Mr. Kober's white Honda Elantra, his apartment, or his parents' residence. No blood, hair, or DNA from his, all of this shit. DNA from another unknown male, male B, was found on a handrail. DNA from a third unknown male, male D, was recovered from that glove.
Right. Well, I'm using this as the beginning of the DNA spreadsheet, so I can go through and see.
Yeah. So this to me though, when she's laying out, yep, you have that, but then these are all the things that one would see, and she's like, right here, it just says that
she even says, like, despite the large number of evidence items collected and tested, but I don't see a large number of evidence tested.
But there's also just as much as there's also the same not tested.
Well, that's what I think. Is like you're talking
you would keep testing, wouldn't you? Like, I think it would be hard. How about this? Why is there not? Give me a good reason why there would not be. They can't even tell you the order, right? I don't care what people say. They can say that the people were killed upstairs first. Fine. Sure. There's no evidence of that.
I think the only evidence that supports that is that their blood is found on the second floor.
No. Well, diluted.
Well, that's I think I have that on my list of questions for you, so we could talk about that too. Here, there you go. I got it right there for you.
I'm gonna tell you what that supports for me in my mind, because I could like you can't rule this part out, which is if Murphy had blood of Madison and Kaylee on the dog, okay? And the dog is then tries to attempt to be, showered downstairs on the first floor, okay? When the dog would, I don't know, potentially come up and then shake and shit go everywhere, right? I don't know if that's enough to even do that. But I find it still hard to believe that if you try to do that and replicate it, I think that the diluted blood would be other places as well, though. And for it to only be on the ones that it was, to me, that's just such a stroke of luck that Jesus. Since Kaylee's face has been damaged so much, like, how do you know that she wasn't punched in the mouth with saliva, in the living room? And that she was like knocked out for a minute, then, laid in that bed. And again, I don't know. I have no idea, because people have been saying that as well, is that what happened in that living room? What happened in that living room? Everybody the state wants us to believe that Kaylee and Maddie were sleeping and just happened to fall asleep at the same exact time at 2:53 when both phones stopped, calling people, and that they're just up there, sleeping. And, but I don't know. It's not, and then when you go upstairs and you talk about the way that the person leaves, they make 2 smudge marks, and one is just consistent with Kaylee's blood.
Right.
A transfer. And then 6 inches lower or higher, it's just Maddie's blood. Okay. That, to me, if that's a shoulder being swiped up, your cloth, your fabric, or like if that's a hand, a smudge, like, your glove or something, I find that hard to believe that it would be only one person after 2 people are brutally attacked and it's their blood all mixed in with somebody's gloves. Again, unless it's 2 people, then it would be. That's why the one I have an issue with the clothing. I have an issue with the perpetrator's clothing. I think that Maddie and Kaylee's blood would be mixed with Xana. If you would have swabbed and did good work, you're going to have to do that until you find Xana mixed with one of those girls. I'm not saying everybody, but don't you think that you should be able to find Maddie and Xana, or
you would be
Kaylee
able
and
to
Xana?
find Maddie, Kaylee, and Ethan, or Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana. If you can show that the 2 on the top were killed first. And then the state's theory is that Xana's third. So it should be Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana. You should be able to find that. Now, you will not most likely find, they would just be too many contributors if it was all 4. They would just go that we can't tell you whose that is.
And then,
you see what I'm saying? 3, they still can. Sometimes even 4, but 4 is much harder.
And then explain to me the Ethan's blood, where it's located. If it's just one person and they're going out towards the back patio, like how does any part of your being come in contact with the area of where that, I think it's number 27. It's just like, the fuck? And then people are saying that the reason that the blood's diluted is that it looked like it was attempted to be cleaned up. I don't know. I just know that the state has all the burden and how.
All right, let me see.
And then what about this? What about this? So I do believe that if 2 people are in bed and you're stabbing and stuff like that, that 1000%, as far as like shoe prints upstairs. Okay, I'll give you that. Like, there doesn't need to be a bunch of mess around there. But also, if you look up on the floor, this person was cool, calm, and collected. There was no rushing around. They had time. Everybody keeps saying that's what all these experts are saying, is that this took time. But if you look in the room with Xana and Ethan, they were in That's why the spatter is so important. I think this person whoever killed Xana, they were in like the stabbing and stuff. This person just wasn't on their feet. In fact, Xana's down on the ground, and it's like you're rolling around type of thing, and you're pinning and you're moving, and this person's flying all over too, slipping and sliding in all this blood, right? But yet there's like no indication of anybody coming up out of like whether they were on their knees, whether they were rolling around and whatever, but there's nothing coming up out of whether it's booties or plain bare feet or shoe prints. There's nothing. I don't know.
Why do you think the blood in the common area is diluted? Do you have a thought on that or no?
Well, I think the beer pong stuff is interesting, because I would be asking these kids if they played beer pong with beer in their cups, water in their cups.
It's water. It's water. You can see the water in the ones that are still upright.
We were trying to see. We don't know if you think that you could see them?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think you can see it's water.
Okay.
Now, again, this will be easier when I sort all this shit out. But yeah, it's you can see in there.
It looks like the table, if you look at the way that the water or blood is like flowing and dripping and going. I would want to see
clear liquid. Clear liquid. I'll go with that, because people are like, it could be vodka, because it's clear liquid is what I would say.
I'm cool with that. Vodka, yeah, vodka's sticky.
100%. My opinion is
water isn't.
I have kids that age. So
yeah.
They typically use water, so I was going water, but yes, clear liquid, and I will totally go with that.
Okay, so then, sure, vodka's also going to
we're going to be able to test the liquid in the red Solo cups. Live in Massachusetts, because they collect their evidence in red Solo cups, so there's no testing.
But so, like, don't you think that you would? These are just all going to things of like, wouldn't you be asking these girls and questions about that beer pong table, because there was a slip up and somebody said the beer pong table was either in the kitchen or outside. Okay, so
well, we know from the photo with Dylan that the beer pong table is set up.
Correct.
If we had the metadata.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Well, I mean, I think that it was, but how does the one side fall, not the other side? And people can say, well, you can just bump in and blah blah. Well, how come all of them are off? How come some of them did? Every single one of them fell down just because you bumped into the table? Or does it look like somebody like swiped them? Because you know when like you get skunked and you're playing and somebody then takes all of them, and I mean there's a lot of different reasons, but it was just interesting. Look at the way that the blood flows with the water on the beer pong table. If you want me to think that beer pong table made some thud, I would have to think that the beer pong table potentially was like not just shoved and moved, like, but it actually like somebody was trying to like, tip it, and it did. Okay.
Or they bump the table with the hip or body area, and the cups with the hand. And the water gets on, or the clear liquid gets on the knife.
And then I also thought that if someone doesn't know the inside of the house, there's like that step up,
Yeah, so you trip coming down.
You could potentially, but that would mean that you're going from the stairs, right? You're going, and you'd be going at a fast pace, right? I mean, how are you tripping?
You're quote unquote chasing Xana.
If you're chasing, how do you think that it would be like if you tripped? Then I said to myself, well, how do we know if these kids in the morning didn't start pre-gaming because everybody was waiting to watch the Seattle Tom Brady game, right? How do we know they weren't fucking playing beer pong that morning?
Tom Brady played on a whole team. It wasn't his game.
It was his game. Tom Brady's team over there in fucking Tampa Bay. How do we know that they weren't playing beer pong in the morning? I mean, I'm just saying that beer pong table, it looks like it had been used after the crime. I'm not kidding. And that's why, like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's all theory and conjecture, because they'd have to just show the possibilities and the probabilities. And so, I mean, I don't know if that's even in front of a jury. I don't think that's going to be highly relevant unless you're trying to figure out or show a juror
Who drinks Bud Light Lime? How about that? Who drinks Bud Light Lime? How is that Bud Light Lime standing straight up and straight down? Okay,
because it's on the table by the ones that are upright still, because you don't hit that side of the table.
An empty Bud Light Lime, and we're talking about that, like, that's supposed to be like what's making this big boom noise or whatever. And I'm like, what? I think there's issues with, huh?
You don't think that's the cups that are making the noise?
Fuck no, absolutely not. I don't think that at all. I think what makes that big boom and hits and bangs in is, and I'm basing it off of what Bethany said, and I'm basing it also off of what the kid that walked by the house and saw the door wide open. If that door gets flung wide open, it bangs all the way up against the wall, because it snaps all the way back, like something like that. Or that table would have to completely, like, it's falling over. It's completely hitting and being, like, kind of like tossed on its side. But there's no way that these are some stupid ass cups. Do you understand that you would hear cups all the time playing in that house, falling? Like, those cups hitting the ground is not a fucking flash bang boom. Do you want me to demonstrate that? Look at that. Look at that Bud Light.
Right. Well, hold on, because memory it might be faulty here, but if memory serves, it was closer over here at one point, was it not?
Yeah, this is a later picture too. They've already messed with shit. But that Bud Light Lime was standing. Like, I always like to go off of the body cam.
Yeah,
and I just pause it now.
More accurate, simply, but we don't know exactly everything that Hunter and the girls actually moved, because we know they were throughout the house, whether they want to admit it or not.
The reason I believe Bethany over Dylan is because Bethany made the phone call to Dylan.
Well,
and
Bethany,
then it wasn't until after Bethany makes the phone call to Dylan that she does anything.
Well,
she's not like, yeah, like, why is Bethany calling Dylan? For all we know, so Bethany could have been calling Dylan just to say, hey, I'm back, because she just got back from her booty call with fucking somebody. Hey, I'm back. Are you sleeping? What's going on? And she's like, oh God, yeah, let me come down there. Like, I have no idea what the fuck's going on. Like, but because we don't know what the call was of what Bethany said. And I think that that's what's important, that somehow then got relayed, that I heard a flash bang boom, and okay, that's what made you call. And that tells me that the boom thing that you heard was what? It had to be before 4:19 and 7 seconds. But here's Dylan not doing a fucking thing. She says that she's calling out to her roommates, saying their names. She's calling them. No, bitch, you don't do shit until Bethany calls you.
Right.
Which at that point, you would have been dick to vag. The first time you open up that door to see anything was when you would have had to see the killer, because nothing else adds up time-wise, because that dude has to get the fuck up out of there. And so at that point, and that's why it's like, you don't think Xana's running around screaming if someone's chasing her? You don't think Xana's like what? You don't think she's saying stuff like, oh my God, what the fuck? Like, she supposedly just walked up. That's what the ASGOP girl put out there, that Xana walked upstairs and interrupted. Interrupted what? Because those girls had postmortem ear to ear. Okay, like, interrupted what? And then just runs downstairs and chases it.
Well, that would be the interruption, is that he's up there just like messing around with them. I don't want to say messing around with them like that, but like with doing like these additional postmortem cuts, that is also on my list of things to talk to you about. But
that happens. It's after. It seems like it's more.
So does she cut? She interrupts him, or who? The perpetrator. She interrupts the perpetrator. Doing whatever.
I think that was done by somebody that didn't do the killings. That's my take on that. The person that killed the girls isn't the same person that did that.
I can see why you think that. But if you go with the theory that Maddie or Kaylee was the target, then he would want to spend more time with whomever his target was. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, and I believe that Murphy was put out on the balcony all the way up top.
So we talked about that a little bit last time.
Yeah, that's what I believe. I
think
believe that
the balcony door could have been open.
The one all the way up top?
Yeah.
The one like in her bedroom?
Yeah, where he could have come in and out.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it had to be unlocked. I just think the dog was put out there.
And that's possible too. That's another one of those, like, will we ever actually know? Let me see. I'm trying to find the other pictures where I could tell you that it was a clear liquid in there. I'll have to find it. I'll make notes.
Okay, look at all the twinkle lights are on. You'd have to ask him, do you guys ever even shut those off? You know?
I don't believe they do.
And then if you go and you look, Dylan's light is on. And so let's get this straight. Her bed has all this shit on it. Nobody sleeps when there's all this shit on your bed. Her bed has covered with shit. Okay. Her light was on. And it's really interesting because she makes it a point to say in her one interview after like the first, second, third, whatever it was, to say that her light was on. And so I'm just like, you want me to believe that you hear Kaylee say there's someone here and you're just like, I had no idea what to do. So I just jumped up out of my bed, ran to my door and locked it. Okay. People are here all the time. People come to your house all the time. You'd be like,
well, she just can't have it both ways. The whole thing is that she was petrified. She's sending text messages that she's screwed / scared and that she needs to get downstairs. She even starts telling people the next morning, like, I saw a guy in here. So she obviously knows this guy wasn't supposed to be there in her own mind.
I think she's trying to keep Bethany, though, from going upstairs.
That's a huge factor to me.
Yeah.
So I'm absolutely, I'm trying not to get too far into theories here and just talking about my questions with facts, but I absolutely think Bethany is a pawn in whatever the game is.
But then when I say that, because it's like, then I think to myself, why Bethany would call it 419. Think about it, right? We hear that scream or whatever, like that, whatever they're saying, like that, whatever they want to say happens at 417 and whatever her may change. It could also be where it's like, okay, now I'm going to do my scream. And maybe for a second there, she was going to say that she acted like she saw whatever. And like, but I think that it could be potentially that Dylan made that noise. Dylan is screaming out because she actually saw the bedroom, but doesn't want to say that. I have no idea. I'm going to say there's a masked man in here. It doesn't make sense.
On the body cam videos, she's still telling officers that she's scared.
Yeah, but then she's telling people that she never.
I didn't think anything of it. It wasn't really that.
I could never imagine. I thought there was an intruder in the house. Do you understand that doesn't make any sense when every time that you said that you've ever come home and the door was wide open or you heard a noise that you would go and get like a golf club and go do like searching around and looking and stuff like that. That's exactly what you guys did that night because there's a gap on the phones of you guys not doing anything like communicating consistent with going and going up there and walking around. And I think that they panicked. I think that they fucking panicked. And I could get that, but I would expect them to come clean with that at some point, because the whole thing of trying to talk ourselves into that, okay, that's not what we just saw, right? Like we got to be fucking like, we're just fucked up or something. If, you're truly not involved, right? You're just, I have no idea. I cannot imagine ever living in a house with my roommates in college in something like that happening and me thinking, oh my God, I got to get up because Kaylee said there's somebody here. Like, that's not why you would get up and go shut the door. There had to be something else. Somebody has a knife. Like, you're not screaming. You're not saying, oh, there's somebody here.
Somebody's here with a vacuum.
I just, come on. And then when you hear all these interviews and they're just like, these people were not drunk. These people weren't
Oh, you know
feeling
what?
it, couldn't get drunk.
Since we're talking about Bethany, I wanted to, and I'm going to let you go because we've already been on. We're obviously not going to. I have so many more questions, so we'll just have to figure out whatever you can pencil me in for another part. But I wanted to go back to, remember on part 1, and I don't remember who it was in chat, but was asking about Cyree saying something about Bethany leaving. So I went back and listened to Cyree's interview because I couldn't remember that part particularly, and just because we're talking about Bethany, it reminded me.
Oh yeah, let's hear that. That's a good one.
But it's on with the custody queens, and he says something about like Bethany not being there all night, and he says, "I'm not." Somebody asked that question about Bethany not being there all night, and he says, "I'm not going to answer that." It's not about like leaving later; it's about her not being there the entirety of the evening.
Correct, and I think that she was having sex.
Where?
Okay, let me ask you a question. If someone told you they were getting their fetish on, what would that mean to you?
Oh, is a fetish sex? Because I mean, I think it would be.
I don't know. Like
would be a little kinkier.
The only thing I could think of is something to do with kinky type of shit. But in college, what would somebody consider getting your fetish on? Is that like
Drugs?
taking feet pics? Was she down in that other room where they like?
Well, that wouldn't be her fetish. She doesn't have a fetish with her own feet.
I'm just
Maybe
saying.
I don't know.
I'm trying to give you guys a hint here. Ready?
Okay. Yeah, I know. It's such a loaded question, man. I don't know where. I'm like, I don't know if I'm
just saying. This is how it was worded. Bethany was getting her fetish on. What does that mean?
It's whatever she likes.
Bethany was getting her fetish on. Those girls were up all night, quote unquote. The evidence is going to show that those girls were up all night and Bethany was getting her fetish on. And I'm like, okay, I thought that once this case was done, I would know. And here I am.
Still with that sim. I'm going to write that under Lana's questions on my.
Well, I mean, this was said to me, and it was.
To me, it's her
so,
fetish.
So, what do you guys think fetish would mean? I'm just saying, what would that be?
Drugs could be.
Fetish? A drug? No, I've never drug fetish. What? No, I would think of like fucking Jesus. She likes here. Put on, I don't know, whips and chains, and that's a fetish now.
Yeah, I mean, fetish is. You go right to sexual. But there are other things.
Or if somebody
fetishes are like habits, like anything that you do could like. People would say like me vaping is a fetish.
Like I just don't think that
it's an addiction, but I mean I also am not down with all.
I don't think that Bethany was downstairs masturbating. Like that's not. I don't think that somebody is gonna say that she was getting her fetish on because she was using a fucking rabbit down the back. Well then where does Dylan play? Oh, Dylan just came down to maybe that was code word. Maybe that was code for them. Like, hey, we just act like we're scared so we can be in the same room together and we just fuck. I mean, is that what happens?
Like Dylan, being in
like we're scared.
Vampire Diaries, maybe that's her fetish. I mean, your first thought is sexual, without a doubt. I mean, I'm not playing dumb. Your first thought is sexual, but it's something that she has a fetish for, not something that she feeds somebody else's fetish for. Because if it's your fetish, if she's getting her fetish on, then it's something she has a vice for.
Okay, let me ask you this. What if
oh, thank God, Mallory.
Okay, what if, because they didn't want to tell anybody, Dylan and Bethany, what if they were, dude, you know how many girls mess around in college, get it on with other girls? Like it happens like all the time, but people don't, like it's DL type shit. Or they say, oh my God, I was so drunk and we did a blah, blah. At the end of the day, do you think it's possible that the whole, oh, me and Bethany, me and Dylan are scaredy cats, because we're scaredy cats, right? And we're the scared ones. So like, I'll just run down and, go and stay with her. Well, I could see myself having that'd be a great lie as to why you guys are sleeping in the same bed so often, because I heard all those cracks and creaks. You didn't hear that? Meanwhile, you're going down there to fucking romp around. So would you consider that your fetish? Like that you, I wouldn't consider girl on girl activity is fetish. I would just consider it.
No, you wouldn't.
I'm trying to like understand where this person is coming from who would have seen the evidence is telling me that Bethany is getting her fetish on. And I'm like, the fuck? What do you mean? What's going on here? What is Bethany doing? I thought Bethany went to sleep at 2:30, right? And so when I have someone telling me that Bethany was getting her fetish on, well, okay, then I don't think Bethany is her fetish isn't sleeping. Right?
Oh fuck, maybe it is. I mean, shit. I'm a lot older now, and I really fucking love sleep at this point in my life. So I'd say.
So I think it came out. I think it came out. Oh, maybe she was getting gangbanged. I don't know. That could be like someone's fetish. I don't know. But I will tell you this.
It could just be like she's addicted to this guy, and she's out there. She's getting her fetish on. She's like, and
I think it came out that when she was interviewed by Ann Taylor's dude. I think this information was revealed when Batanti interviewed Bethany.
All right. Well, we're gonna watch. That's my plan this week. Is I'm gonna sit down and I put them all in order the best.
No, but that's not out there. That's not out there.
Isn't it in his report?
No, this hasn't been out there. I'm saying when this would have been revealed, in my opinion, is.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because it's not in the Bethany Batanti is Ann Taylor's PI.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Never
and
mind.
So she agrees. Someone pees on you. Yeah, people do like to take a shit on me.
Like what? It's called like waterworks. Like, do you like water?
I googled it for college kids, and it said bondage with multiple partners. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I'll ask my teenage son what he thinks.
Role playing is a fetish. See? Yeah.
Water sports. There it is. Thank you, CH. Of course, you know the answer. That's what it is. You can tell it's not my fetish because I don't even know what the fuck it's called. But CH on the other hand,
I think this came
like,
out.
I
think this came out in the interview with Batanti. That's my
I got you.
Educated guess is that it came out then, and I getting her fetish on. That's how, in quote unquote, getting her fetish on. So does she get her fetish on alone with others?
Terminology.
And if you listen to what Bethany said when Noonan's asked, "Hey, like, were you here last night?" and she's like, "For the most part." Remember that? And it's like, what do you mean for the most? What do you mean? Were you here last night? Were you here during this? Like, yeah, I mean, so like that's a really important part when Bethany kind of like stutters with,
Well, then Cyrate says he's not going to answer the question.
Huh?
Cyrate says he's not going to answer whether Bethany was there all night or not.
I don't think she was. I think she was getting her fetish on. I do not think it was at that house. That's why part of me believed why she called Dylan at 4:19. Okay, is to let her know that either A, she's home, right? That she had just gotten home to see like where everybody's at or something like that. Or
yeah.
But there's Bethany calling first needs to be explained. And people can say, well, just listen to the 1112 cam and you're gonna hear that whimper and then this and then that. I'm thinking, you guys, how long do you think it took? How long do you think, when do you think Xana's attack began? And then how long do you think it lasted? And if anybody tells me that Xana and the killer only, went at it for like 60 seconds, I'm going to tell you that you're fucking wrong. Sorry. I don't think that happened. I think it was longer than that. Because if you're saying that Ethan's in that room alive, right? Think about this. Oh shit, this guy, wakes up, but how? Then I go over to him to do that after I get a couple shots into Xana. Like there's that blood that you'd be bringing over to him, and there was no mixture. I don't know. I think that it would be a good couple minutes. It would not be like 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds. I don't think that it would be that short. That's not what. So when do you think it started? And then do the math. And if you think that that had anything to do with it, like that noise. And I'm over here just like, dude, their phone stopped at 2:53. This shit started then. This shit started at right before 3:00. That's what the evidence shows me. 2 girls' phones stop on the dime, and the state doesn't want to know why Madison is calling Xana and she doesn't answer and never calls her back.
Right.
And I'm saying it's because she's dead. Okay. And people are like, oh, but she's using her fucking app named TikTok. I was like, I could pick up your phone right now and you could be dead, and I could pick it up, get on TikTok. Just if I know your passcode, and I can get on TikTok and do whatever. This seems like a pretty big stage. Who orders DoorDash at 2:15 and doesn't get it until 4 and is not freaking out about that? Like, sorry, I don't even know if they don't even know where Xana was when she ordered the DoorDash at 2:15. How is that not known?
That doesn't make sense. There's no way to not know that.
They did nothing. They did nothing to really track down where these victims were, and all. Like I said, I want to see the movements of these phones. Like, let's see when my phone last.
I think from the very beginning, it was very clear that nobody cared where anybody was from 1 to 3. And then, because remember, the initial time of the crime was 3 to 4. That was what they put out to the public. Happened between 3 and 4.
And then the family is saying
what happened between 1 and 3. Everybody's home at 1, and we're all getting ready for bed. And then 3:00, they think this crime happens. 3 to 4. That was the big thing at the beginning of the case. So anything between 1 and 3, nobody gave a shit about, and nobody followed up on.
And I find it super, super hard to believe that Xana is just up and awake. I said, let's see what she ordered. What does she normally order that? Normally, you could look at my late night stuff. Like, is it stuff that she normally orders? Was there enough for 2 people? And if it was for 2 people, what does Ethan usually eat? Like, this was at 2:15, and it was literally 2 minutes after they decided. Like, they texted Eric Gower at 2:10. He gets back and says, yeah, I'm driving at 2:13. 2 minutes after that, what's her name's phone? Xana's phone places a DoorDash order. 2 minutes after Dylan is the one saying that I want to eat. Well, 2:00 was a very dark hour, and maybe the reason they didn't need Eric anymore is because, oh, hey, those fuckers fell asleep and passed out, so I'm going to use Xana's phone to place my DoorDash order and make her pay for it. I don't know how shady these people are, but if you're leaving your phone out and someone grabs it, goes in it, orders DoorDash from it, that fucking shit happens all the time.
Well, I think it would be pretty imperative to know that Xana actually places the order from Xana's phone under Xana's DoorDash account at 2:15. And if she does, where was that phone located? Where was Xana located when she did it?
And how many steps were being taken right before and right after?
On DoorDash, and I think you probably could back in 2022. I don't know. I haven't used it for a little while. But you can say, like, okay, I'm over at Sigma Chi. It's going to take me 20 minutes to get home after I say goodbye to everybody. Like, I can schedule it to be there at 3:00 or whatever. You know what I can put on there, bring it to me at 3. But she also texts, and I'm using that as an example.
Yeah.
Like, they would know that.
And I just want to know the movements of the cell phone. I want to know, was this person standing still, sitting down when they were basically placing the order? Because is there any steps being taken with the phone right before that time, right after that time? And you do not need wearables to know that. Like, that's part of the download. And it's the same that they did with John O'Keefe's phone. And here, just nobody gives a fuck. And when I say nobody gives a fuck, I don't know if the defense team, what they were thinking, because this is really important. But when I heard Cyrade not give a fuck, I'm like, and him say that is just that's not accurate. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is what was used in the John O'Keefe murder. Allegedly, accident, murder, whatever they want to call it. But they 1000% he wasn't wearing a watch. Okay. His phone was tracked, and it was based off of the steps and the flights. And what do you mean? Why are you going to tell me that it's not accurate to just go off of the like of a cell phone moving. And I said, I'm not doing it for geolocation purposes. I'm doing it for the fact that somebody is walking, not that it's this person or that person or this person. I just want to know if the phone is moving. And that means somebody is moving it, because the last time I checked, phones do not fucking walk around by themselves.
No, it's got to be with somebody.
Yeah.
And
so I
somebody's
just want,
placing the order.
like, was Xana in bed? If Xana is in bed, right? And I place my order for DoorDash while I'm on the couch or laying in bed, right? Well, we're going to find out when the steps of the phone last moved. Like, if the phone's last movements of, let's say at 110, it took 60 steps.
Yep.
Then the next time that it moves is at 3. Let's say 3. Well, what the fuck? Wait. Well, it takes more than 60 steps to get from Sigma Chi, right? To
Right.
King. To King. So that can't be the phone moving like that then. And then it doesn't take any more steps where it has, like, let's say like 1,000 steps, let's just say, at 3 o'clock. Okay, well, that's not somebody just running around their house. Is it at 3? I mean, what? But there's no steps between, let's say, 1:15 and 3, like the phone is not moving at all. Wouldn't that be interesting to hear that? To know that? I'd be interested to know that, okay, well, when is it? And then let's say that at noon or at midnight is when it takes like 750 steps.
That's
And
the
like
most important thing I want to see is their phone data. I
yeah.
want all 6 phone data. Give me the 6.
And you'd be amazed at what you can start piecing together with the movements, because let me tell you something, Sigma Chi isn't 60 steps away. How far is the whites when you're talking about taking, how many steps you can make it to get to the whites to be in the other apartments, to people next door. And if they're going to be allowed to testify to speculation on a vehicle's path of travel, well, then I want to speculate on the fact that if these phones stop moving of Kaylee and Maddie at 2:53 and they are never in motion again, and everything just stops at 2:53, like you guys just shotgun calls, nobody's surfing the net. You know what you do when you get in bed? I'm going to go do it right now. I'm going to go get on my freaking app. I'm going to go get on my YouTube.
I kept
I'm
you
gonna go,
on.
yeah, I'm gonna go get on my YouTube app. Okay, I'm gonna check to see how many ads were sent out. No,
I turned off ads. Nobody should have any fucking ads.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Turned
scroll.
it off.
I'm gonna read my comment section, see how many fucking chachas wrote, and then I'm also gonna see how many amazing people wrote, and I'm gonna heart it, and I'm gonna comment, and then I'm gonna go.
Fucking hard. She hearted it, you guys.
Yeah, I hearted it. But think about it. Like, there's going to be like a routine, right? And so when Cyray's talking about the fact that no, there's all this routine shit on there. I'm like, routine? I said, whenever was it a routine of Maddie's to call Jack D? Never. Where is that in your report? I said, something was going down, and that something wasn't a fucking dog missing, motherfuckers. Something was going down, and the person that was left completely out of it was Dylan. Maddie called Bethany, and Maddie called Xana from the phone records that we have at this point, which if we can get in those phones, we could see maybe more. Maybe she was using the third-party apps. But that was at the same time that right after she called Jack D, and right at the same time, so was Kaylee. She's doing the same thing. But nobody's calling Dylan. No one's calling Dylan. And then, if they're still alive, why didn't Xana ever text or call Maddie back? And is that normal? Like, let's look at life patterns. Is any
what time did Maddie call Xana? I have it on the timeline.
Maddie called Xana and Bethany back to back at 2:52 and 2:53. And then that was
Maddie called Xana and Bethany at 2:52 and 2:53.
Yeah. And that's the same thing that was, and that was right after calling Jack D a couple different, back to back, and he didn't answer. And then she does that. And I was looking at the data, and what it kind of shows you is that if Madison was outside standing by the door of the front door or whatever, and Molly McMichael actually had the food and walked over and she grabbed the food from Molly McMichael, okay, at 2:51. And where I'm getting all this from is there's a vehicle, if you do the math with actually placing an order at 2:15 and somebody actually grabbing it who's in Pullman and bringing it over, that maths. And Molly had to come over, and that's why I think Molly's shit's so important. But if Molly then just is so startled because she's such a fucking idiot, oh, here, you can take it. Oh, yeah. And then Molly forgets to hit the deliver button. Okay. Then Molly sees, oh my God, you have food? Oh, I want some of that. Here, I'll just give you money. Can you? Because Molly makes some stupid ass comment about the fact that she had to go back over to Pullman and to go to Jack in the Box because she forgot to pick up an order. And it's like,
yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting one.
So when you look at all this, and then the Jack in the Box people said that, yeah, it is weird that she not only delivered that, but she did order it, because that's a weird thing. Like DoorDash just pick up your order. They don't make the order and pick it up and deliver it. But I think why those guys said that is because when she got back, she said, oh, that food was thrown away, so they had to remake it or whatever. I think she's only making this shit up because if anybody was to look at the cameras, they would see that Molly did place an order and then left. And so what it would appear is that, yeah, why is she placing an order and delivering it to the house that somebody was just murdered at, right?
Right.
But we know that Jack in the Box has all these cameras, and here we are. We don't have any of the surveillance. That should be out there. We should see every time that Molly brings her fucking happy ass to Jack in the Box that night. We should see who's in the parking lot because it's, there's all those cameras, and what Molly's interaction is with, and what she's picking up when. Because you know what we have? We have the 2:15 time of that the order was placed. You know what we're missing here that we should not be missing is what time was it picked up from the goddamn store? That's important because it's telling you where Molly is in order to pick up that in Pullman, right? It was placed at 2:15. I want to know, what time did Molly pick up a 2:15 order that was placed? You should be picking that up no later than like 2:30, and then you're gonna have 15 more minutes. Like that's normal stuff, right? Here, Saturday night, okay, busy maybe. Okay, we'll give you, okay, picking it up. You should not be accepting a DoorDash order that sends you to Pullman. It should have you like, those usually go to people that are in that area already.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Unless for whatever reason in that area, which I'm not from there. I have no idea.
Yeah.
There is nobody driving that's doing DoorDash at that time, then it gives you the closest one. And if the closest one is over in Moscow, then that's where it is.
Mm-hmm. And I just
deny. But I mean, I can't imagine that somebody else isn't driving, but it is, 3:00 in the morning. So I don't know that to be true. I mean, I don't know if there's any way to go back and see how many people were logged in to.
Well, I would just like to know if Molly made other DoorDashes between what give me all of Molly. Where was Molly?
Yeah, where the fuck was Molly?
Yeah, give me her list, because all I'll say is, if you're going to sit here and tell me that there's a gap and she takes an order and says that she's going to pick up that order or whatever, and that's the next order until she takes one at like 4:00, which is right after she drops off the one at the house, then it tells me that she's using DoorDash as a cover for her little drug shit when they're, selling their shit. It's very obvious. And she's talking about working 18 hours. It's because that app is running. And other people can use your app. Like, let's not kid ourselves. And I find it hard to believe that it wouldn't be until 3:54 that Xana is saying something like, are you having a hard time finding it? Do you understand that DoorDash sends you those messages as well to like let your like Dasher know, like, dude, you're looking at your map and it's showing you where your DoorDasher is. I cannot possibly imagine me ordering DoorDash at 2:15 and just literally doing nothing until 3:54. I'm just like, are you having trouble finding the place? Dude, that is like an hour and how many 40 minutes before I'm throwing a bitch. Are you
That's
having
the one thing that made me think, like, did she postpone it? Like, hey, we haven't even left here yet, but I want to have food, so I'm going to have it delivered at 3, and then we'll be home by,
No, it was ordered at 2:15, and it was supposed to be no.
There wasn't anything that showed that it was like a delayed delivery, like you could put in there. Okay.
No, and that's what I thought would come out in this interview that wasn't coached, but it was so coached. It was ridiculous. They'd already talked to Molly before that interview that we see, and it's just like she has all the information. Her interview is whack as fuck. It's the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen and heard in my life, but not as bad as Mariah's. Those two people have to know each other. I'm sure that they scissor. They have to. And it's just you would start looking into some stuff like that. All these anomalies that were going on that night at that time, and it's just like, God,
I think why we're
what a lucky bastard Brian Colbert was that nobody calls 911 on his ass. DoorDashes are just like, and then here are these two idiots inside just fucking God, do you know what a? I mean, just.
Well, that's why I said, like, I think that's why everybody's here, is because there's so many anomalies, and then it's how many coincidences until it's not a fucking coincidence, and that's why people are like, we can't let it go. And
well, that's even rule it out. Like, look at her DoorDash orders from before. How long? What's the average that it takes for a DoorDash order to get to her house? I'm curious of that answer. Because if it's normal that you order, hey, when you order DoorDash in Moscow, it's going to take an hour and 45 minutes before you get that. I find that hard to believe. But let me see the receipts, and we don't have to worry. Like, it just should be there. And I just feel like Ann Taylor just maybe in the beginning was accepting shit, or maybe she was being talked out of things from people when she was like trying to show like this, that, other. Or maybe Ann Taylor knows all of this and she was ready to go to trial, and then something happened there at the end, and I would not be surprised. Like, Idaho sucks. These people fucking are horrible. Those cops are a joke. And to be threatened and stuff like that, I think that Ann Taylor deserves her day to talk about what truly happened. And
well, I mean, she can't. She can only talk about
she's gonna talk about it.
She talk about what he put in the PCR. No, she can only talk. She's only thing that's been waived for client attorney privilege is what he put in the PCR. So I mean, he did. Yeah.
Unless Brian Colbert testifies and opens the door.
So, well, I mean, he could waive anything that he wants at this point.
I think he should.
He wants, but
I think he should waive it all, because it wasn't like he was talking to her, telling her, hey, Ann, I really did this, but you're going to get me off. You know what I mean? Like, he's always maintained his innocence. They told the world he was innocent.
I can tell you right now, I do not believe that he ever told her he did it.
1,000.
Unless it was right before the plea, literally at the time of the plea. I'm just telling you, that would be the only time that's possible, because there's no way that her as an attorney was standing in court knowing he did it. And most attorneys I've talked to will tell you the same thing. They don't want to know whether you did. They don't want you to tell them whether you did it or not.
Yeah, normally.
Because she's not going to stand there in front of the judge, in front of Judge and in front of Judge Hippler, and adamantly say that that she believes in his full innocence.
He's an innocent dude. Yeah.
Yeah. If he's ever told her, yeah, I did it, or I was in that house that night. Nothing. She's not going to say that. She's not going to say that.
She believes he's innocent. Cy knows this. Cy has said this, and that's something that he's always, maintained. After all of this, and that Ann Taylor 1,000% believes that Brian Colbert is innocent, and so how we got here should blow all of our minds, because I have no idea.
I'd love to know because I just don't know. So okay. So I was going to ask you this, and I'm gonna hop off, because I still have to actually go finish laundry and shit too. And I've left. And now we're on here for almost another 4 hours.
There you go. I gave you 4 hours.
I know, another 4 hours, and you're like 1 to 2, Teresa, 1 to 2, and I'm like,
yeah, we only got 1 to 2 tonight. Come on.
But then we just get into it, and it's how it goes.
Right.
I would love to. I don't even know what the fuck I was going to ask you. What were we just talking about?
Ann Taylor and Brian with, the police, like him being in it. She's always believed that he's innocent, and
Oh,
still after the
that's what I was
plea,
gonna say.
he
Thank
said
you.
he was
Yeah,
innocent. No,
so
it wasn't.
back when we followed a different case when we very first met, we
Okay.
could request all the visitation logs from
Yep.
from
County.
from the prison. So I get that. So Sai's saying like she's visited all the time, so on and so forth. Well, that's not going to show up on a visitor log because technically she was still his attorney of record. But that would be,
I have a question with that though. Wouldn't it still? We just can't get the information of like obviously the call, or don't we still get the dates?
not with attorneys
That's
necessarily.
client-attorney privilege to know when they were visited.
I think it's still Travis, you're in here. Tell me, does it fall under privilege in the state of Idaho of when an attorney visits? Not necessarily the contents of what's happening, but is it privileged to know the dates they visit? Well, my question is that she's no longer his attorney of record because now he's in this PCR and he says that she, basically screwed him over.
Well, I have something to add to that. Just so you know, what Cyray claimed and what Turvey claimed, and I'm interested in this, right? See, no, it's not privileged. Yeah. Because you're not getting, I'm telling you, we also knowing who visited.
I don't think when the attorneys talked to him or visited him, it was on there.
Chris Watts?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't being visited.
Well, no, but wasn't there any communication between the 35C attorneys and
no, not like that. No.
Okay. All right. Well, so
and the call is different. He never went personally there.
But if it does, we should be able to get the visitor log of everybody who has visited him via Zoom. You might not be able to get his call logs, but you should be able to get every actual visitor via Zoom or in person.
1,000 but Turvey is claiming the opposite of what Cyray came out and claimed. Cyray said that Ann Taylor has visited him since the plea, and
Travis says it's not privileged.
Yeah, and then Turvey said that Ann Taylor has never went to visit him after the plea, and I think he went as far as to say like they've never communicated. That's how I understood that interview.
Well, I can honestly tell you, I don't think that Turvey would be in the know if Ann visited or not, unless
he would. Yeah, he would. I disagree. I'll tell you why. Because he didn't say that. He only said that just recently, and that was after he talked to the family. And so that's how he's in the know. The family, in my opinion, is his source to say that Ann Taylor has never visited nor called Brian after the plea.
Yeah, I'd be curious. Like that's why I said, can we request that, and does Idaho give it out? Because I think that we saw that.
He has waived privilege with ineffective. I believe he's waived it.
Okay, so my understanding is that it's not everything. It's not everything. It's only what he claims that was ineffective. He's waived privilege. And so we have an attorney in here, so he will tell me if I'm right or wrong. But my understanding of it is that it's only what he mentions in the PCR that he waives privilege to, and everything is still under attorney-client privilege that is not talked about.
Okay, no, I think this is going to be amended. Let me tell you why. Aren't you only able to claim ineffective assistance of counsel once in a PCR? And so therefore, would you have to, when you amend the complaint, would you then be adding in a ton of shit?
Well, I think he can amend it, but I don't think he can. I thought
he's going to go to counsel one.
If this gets denied, he goes to appeal it. He goes to appeal the fact that the judge says, I can't have it. So he goes to the appellate court and says, this judge can't say, Hippler can't say anything because Hippler's too involved, even though my personal opinion is I think Hippler wanted a trial, but that's just me. But so.
Oh no, I don't think Hippler wanted a trial.
Oh, I do. I think he was kind of irritated with them. See, Andrea's covered a lot of this. I know she has.
No, I don't think he want one.
Okay. Only from my understanding, and like I said, this is, you guys take it for what you want. My understanding is that anything he's brought up that has to do with that is the only thing that he has waived attorney-client privilege on with the PCR. So that doesn't mean everything, but he can waive more. Bob will just say, "Stop talking about Idaho, Teresa."
Yeah.
So, Okay, I'm gonna let you go. Like I said,
Ron Queen said he would enter an amended petition with all points laid out, and yeah, right there, highlight that one. That's what I think would have to happen here. It's the I am Bojo. That's what I think has to happen. Ron on custody queens. He's an appellate. He does appeals. Ron on custody queens said he would enter an amended petition with all points laid out and attached affidavits, supplementals, etc. And in front of that, it was and I believe that he's going to add.
Right.
I think there's going to be other things he's going to add.
Well, he's not going to add anything because now he has an attorney. So the attorney's going to actually write. Yeah, the attorney's actually going to write the motions. And so I think when we're talking amended, that's what we're talking about is what's actually going to be in the motions to go through every step of what he's claiming is ineffective. And then when all that comes out, yeah, he is. It is a waiver on points, but it is a lot more than you think. All right, Travis.
I would agree.
Well, I'll have to get with Travis and have him come up and talk me through some of the legal stuff on that part because
that's why I think that his attorney that he has, who the fuck is this dude? You better know your shit. Otherwise, I mean, fuck.
I felt like Hippler wanted a trial.
Hippler did or did not?
Yeah. Carbon says no, like you.
Yeah. Oh, fuck no.
I felt like Hippler
was going to come out because it was all going to come out at trial and Hippler didn't want to be, that's why he was like, get this fucking deal made because I'm not saving your asses at trial when this is all on fucking national television. Like my career, like you guys need to do this right now.
Hitler's had like one thing overturned like ever in appellate courts. Like very few. It's like I think it's like literally like one. I mean, somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but it's very minimal.
I'm just saying Hitler was not going to be the judge known to let Brian Kober be involved with this case and the judge overseeing, in my opinion, where I got to let Brian Kober go. And that's where we're headed with all of your fucking bullshit that you guys did in this case.
Yeah, I'm with Serenity. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's just a difference of opinion on there. It doesn't do murder cases. I mean, he did do, and I had that on my list of things.
The reason I think that where I get my thing to say is because he's the one that told them, like, hey, after this date, I'm not entertaining a plea. So have you guys have your final plea negotiations? Because after, and he gave it some word and I was just like, wait, what? I was like, there's never been one plea negotiation. Okay. And that's what then prompted, I don't know why Steve wants to still claim the lie here, but Ann Taylor was not begging anybody for a plea deal. It was Bill Thompson took that to Ann Taylor, and Cyree will even tell you that. You know, it was brought to them.
Well, like, so there's an interesting thing about this whole plea thing, and like we could talk about this for a while too. But Turvey says there's three different conversations he had with Ann Taylor regarding how this plea came about. So we know that Hippler says in court, like, have you guys made is there been like a best and final like offer done? Like, is this done? And then you have.
Well, how about we stop right here and leave this for the next one? I gotta go, girl.
Yeah, I got you. I do too.
This is a good stopping point because this would be like a whole nother.
Well, that's why I said it. I mean, I got a whole list of court shit too, so we can keep that.
I'll close by saying this. I'll close by saying this. As far as the crime scene goes for me, it is a shame because all four of those victims deserved so much more than what has happened here that we shouldn't even be able to talk about things that we're talking about. These investigators and the prosecution team should be ashamed. And if we just keep allowing the same thing to happen, like what happened with Delphi happening here, I mean, the blame, yes, put it on the person that is doing the killing of people, right? But we cannot continue to let our government continue to violate our rights or just keep taking our rights away. And it's all because of the personnel. It's the personnel. And there's people lying when they're writing police reports, and it's so fucking obvious. And all for what? Because you don't want to get caught that you were double dipping on the job and that you were working a plainclothes operation that night when you shouldn't have been, when you should have been in a uniform, in your own uniform, in your marked, cop car, and you should have been driving around and being seen and making it so that maybe I'll think twice about coming over here and trying to do what I'm going to do. But you guys had to make that extra, what, $50 an hour because you're getting time and a half and then you're getting the benefits. That's what occurred on that night. That night, Moscow only had 3 uniformed police officers when they should have had 5. They should have had 5 cop cruisers out driving around in marked cars. Yep. They were not. There was 3, not even. There was 2, Casey and Sturrock, and Tisdall and Nate Rosendahl they were in plain clothes and they were in the same unmarked car. So there was 2 cop marked cars driving around that night on a last home game of a football season, senior night, all that shit. What the fuck? And then you have, your stupid sorority and fraternity parties. And it's sad. And to think that you're going to lie in a police report to cover for your ass with that.
That's what brings it back. That's what brought me back to is the fact that I'm and I was thinking about this, when I start going through everything is the PCR, when I was looking at this timeline and I was adding all this new information that I've been gathering, and it's none of this information matches the OG timeline that Goosey and I had, where it's all basically was the PCR. That was our OG original timeline, was from the PCR. And now I'm putting in all this stuff that's proven to be inaccurate.
It's all wrong.
Holy shit.
It's all lies.
So much wrong. So
yeah. It's not just wrong, you guys. They knew it.
You got me back. I'm here. I'm fucking going through it.
They knew it was wrong. So it's not like they just suck at their job. They knew then that they were lying. Yes. These motherfuckers have no place in law enforcement, man. Get them the fuck out.
This is how everything's handled. So regardless of and this is why I said this the last live too. The right guy, not the right guy. There's no reason you have to lie to make the right guy.
No,
that just doesn't.
And I said it on my live tonight, Teresa. How the fuck do you do all? I couldn't imagine being in a math class and doing a problem and getting all the work needed wrong to be able to get the right answer, but then I get the right answer. How the fuck does that happen? Explain that to me. We do everything wrong in a complex murder case involving 2 college universities, a bunch of fucking iCloud and when we get to the right person, how?
Search for the truth, not the win. That's such a perfect way to say that too. It is, but because everything is reverse engineered. Once you find this, and every interview I've watched with Bill Thompson, he legit says the same thing: no sheath, no case. No sheath, no DNA. No DNA, no IgG, no case.
Yeah, all of it.
I'm not going to get into IgG with you yet because that's a whole nother lie. So
fuck all that. No phone records when you initially got the name Brian Kober. Even once you get his name from IgG, you're refusing to use it in your probable cause, and so it doesn't. You wrote up a lie saying that the fucking car and the phone are traveling together, though. So it's even though you have all that, you still lied saying the phone and the car were traveling together, and then you use a camera and you say that the car makes a left when it really made a right, and you said the phone was shut off when it was really on. Fuck all of you people. And then, hey, but guess what? Trust us because we got the right person because his
I don't do this
name is on the sheet.
I don't like that. I don't do this trust me, bro. And that doesn't mean every cop there is bad or corrupt. It doesn't. It means that there's people in a power position or one thing leads down a fucking rabbit hole. And I think Chris Wickham actually says this a lot in his book. He talks about that butterfly effect.
Yeah.
It's probably the most important thing that I actually agree with him on. Because it is. It's one stupid thing leads to another stupid thing leads to another stupid thing. And then it's now you have these higher ups coming in going, we fucked this up and we need to cover our own ass. And that's where we end up now.
Yeah, so, I think they cover their own ass for money.
You know that.
What's that?
So if it's just the tip, it doesn't count.
Yeah, and they covered their own ass for money. They covered their own ass for money. Getting to the truth was trumped by money. Money. Always remember that. This case, it revolves around money. They could not have any of these students not coming back to school there. They needed to have an outsider.
Why do you think they spent over $8 million on this case?
And they want to blame the defense.
Look at other high-profile cases and tell me how much money they spent. $8 million was worth it to that quote-unquote Idaho taxpayers in this area simply because this university said it was, and this community said it was, because they could not lose the income from the University of Idaho Moscow. They could not.
I should just tell you how much money they make. It should also tell you that I want to prove the receipts here. $8 million, and they want to say that the state only spent $2 million. Fuck no way. I do not believe that for a second. There's just no way. There's no way that Ann Taylor spent $6 million. I'm telling you right now, I know Ann Taylor's fighting her ass off to keep the financial records from us getting the financial records to see what they spent their money on.
They won't count anybody who's already paid to be there. So that's another thing that you have to include. All these detectives and all the police personnel, all the lab, they won't include their pay because they're paid regardless. They're salaried employees.
Correct, but I'm talking about.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying like that. What I'm saying for like the purpose.
When you're saying about the $2 million.
Yeah, it's only in extent.
That's why I want to see the breakdown.
It's over $8 million. They won't tell you. They won't give it to you. And Ann Taylor is actually one of the reasons you can't have it.
I know. Well, I'm curious if the reason she's trying to keep this sealed, this is the only thing I could think of, is technically if you're a defendant and you decide not to use an expert or it doesn't matter. If you decide not to use somebody, it's not like the state where they have to disclose that to you. Okay.
Right.
So if Ann Taylor was doing God knows what, and how it could be perceived is that, oh, why didn't you use any of these X, Y, and Z people that you had sought out? Like, where are they? Like their reports were never turned over. Why? Was it because they gave you something that said, you know what I mean? Like, I can see there where if she's like, I'm not going to reveal, like if Brian has appeals and stuff like that, that we don't need people to be knowing what we sought out and we didn't use, because it could lead to something. That's the only thing that I could think of where, and it's just like, I just want to see the dollar bill. I just want to see these invoices. Redact all the fucking names of all of this. I just literally want to see.
I do also think that she doesn't want it out because I don't think she wants defense strategies out there either.
Yeah. I don't think, do you think she doesn't want people to know how much money she's gotten paid?
Well, no, because I think you could essentially figure that out. We know how much she was making.
No. What?
I mean, she's making.
Well, during the middle of it, not even she went from being the public defender leading the office to going private practice.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, but I don't think that doesn't change anything. Baldwin and Rosie were both private practice at the time.
I know. See, that's it. We can go down this whole thing. I don't think the government should be able to protect you and kill you at the same time. Do you think that is okay?
I don't think that the government should be paying for. You're working on the same fucking side when you're a public defender. That's the problem.
That's the issue for me. I'm like, how does the government say, hey, we're trying to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty. But guess what? We're also going to try to we're going
to save you.
I'm like, this is a conflict of interest because
we're going to pay to save you and kill you. Good luck.
So I think that it should always be a private practice attorney. And if you want to kill me, motherfucker, then I get to pick the lawyer that I want, and they can come from any state. I believe that I should be able to, and you should have to pay it. You know, if you want to try to kill me.
Somebody who's not bound to Idaho, I would agree with that. All right, go to bed. So, Lana, everybody's asking in chat, are you going back to your channel? I've already told them that you're tired and you're going to bed and you're not going live. Are you going live or are you? I'm
gonna go live really quick.
Are you really? Okay, well, shit. All right, there you go, guys. So she's going back over. I don't have you portal because you don't have a link up. I already looked. She just fucking bounced. Thanks, Lana. All right, you guys. It has been another fucking informative masterclass of Teresa's questions to get caught up on the last year of Idaho and Lana helping to do that for me. So I appreciate all of you guys being here. Thank you. We look forward to a part 3 now, which I was hoping we could do it in 2, but we get down all of our own rabbit holes, and that's just how we end up. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for listening. I have no idea when she'll have time for part 3. My plan is hopefully tomorrow. My goal tomorrow or Tuesday, it's gonna be one or the other, depending on how much more shit I can get done tonight, to start just going back through some of the shit that I've missed and doing it with you guys. We can go through, listen, and add whatever we can to the timelines and the information we have into our investigative timeline and have that put together. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for the super chats, and all the jewels and all that fun stuff that you guys put in. I don't even know how that works, because that's another update that I fucking missed in my hiatus. So I don't even know what the jewels do, but thank you. The fucking jewels are awesome. I love it. But thank you for the super chats, Accomplished Day. Thank you for the memberships. Welcome to the new members. So like I said, I'm going to do my best to start hopefully tomorrow, if not Tuesday. And we'll, it's going to be some repeat information. You guys are like, hey, I've already seen this, but hopefully we can put some shit together and maybe figure out something. I don't even know what the fuck we're even going to try to figure out at this point, but we're going to try. So go enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thanks, Lana, for being here. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. I will talk to you guys mañana.
Do you dare to fall